microphones, please. And reminder to please shut off your cell phones or at least put them on mute. And also when speaking, please do your best to speak right into the microphone. And if you're in the audience and come up, please state your name and speak into the microphone. Time being 6 o'clock, I will call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please, Karen.
Don,
Here.
Joe,
Here.
Wanda,
Here.
Dan,
Here.
Sherry.
Here, a quorum is present. Item number 3, does any commissioner have a reason to abstain for a financial or a non-financial conflict of interest?
No. I have none.
I have none.
I do not.
I do. Item number 10, which is the Board of Adjustments variance. My property abuts that property, and my husband spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. So I feel it is necessary for myself to recuse.
I don't, it happens so often that I would be fine with you voting.
My
on that,
husband
Sherry.
spoke against it, and I
yeah. see
see it as a direct conflict of interest.
That's your choice, but I
I-
would support you being, if you chose to do that.
I would request for the at-home viewers that we pull our masks down when we talk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other conflicts?
No, ma'am.
All right. Item number 3 is completed. Item number 4 is approval of the agenda. I do have some changes. On the back, item number 11 is going to be delayed to another meeting. The applicant could not attend. And item 13, which is approval of the temporary veteran service officer, needs to be moved until after the executive session. So we will move that to item number 20. Entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
So
With the
moved.
second.
I have a motion by Kettering, second by Fox to approve the amended agenda. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
I
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Amended agenda is approved. In item number 4, we have public comment. And I do want to state that when we review Article 5, I do not plan to take public comment at that time. So if you would care to make a public comment at this time concerning that topic, you are welcome to do so. Would anyone care to make a public comment? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
to the
So there's a
microphone.
microphone, and Dan, you want to help her with, oh, does Paul have it? Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Mary Alice Halverson, I'm going to tell you a joke first. All right, are you cold? If not, stand in the corner. If you are cold, stand in the corner. It's 90 degrees there. Okay, but that isn't really why I came. I am wanting to speak on behalf of the Contact Center. I know you people in the past have been generous in supporting that agency, which is in the basement of this building here. The food pantry is, of course, a big part of that, but there are other things that they do. They are payees for Social Security persons. They help in some cases with special rent, electrical causes that people may be short on, that they are able to be helpful. I understand in speaking with Ms. Howie Fox that you are yet planning your budget for the year. And I am hopeful that you can see your way clear to be of generous support to the Contact Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Public comment is closed. Item number 5, approval of minutes from the April 20th, 2021 commission meeting.
I'd move approval.
I wasn't here, but I would second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for April 20th, 2021. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. So now we will move on to the Consolidated Board of Equalization. And since Healy and Fox were not at that meeting, you need to abstain from this. So entertain a motion to approve the Consolidated Board of Equalization minutes.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Kettering, second by Clemish to approve the Consolidated Board minutes. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 3-0. We also need to approve the County Board of Equalization minutes.
Move
And-
approval. Clemish.
Second.
I have a motion by Clemish, second by Kettering to approve the County Board of Equalization minutes. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 3-0. And that concludes item number 5. Item number 6, we'll start with claims. Are there any questions on the claims? Entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval of the claims.
Second.
I have a motion by Kettering, second by Fox to approve the claims as presented. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. April payroll.
Move approval. Clemish.
Second.
I have a motion by Clemish, second by Healy to approve the April payroll. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. We now have a whole list of malt beverages.
I do have a question on one of the malt beverage licenses for 6 Meridian hops. I got a call about that and looked into it, and that is located currently on rural transitional property. And I guess I'm not sure how we can give them a license for a bar if a bar isn't even an option in rural transitional. This isn't pre-zoning. I think it's just from 2014. I certainly don't want to shut the guy down, but if we approve this, I think we need to approve it to get him into compliance with the zoning ordinance. And whether that's a rezone or what it is, I think that now would be the time to make that happen. Yeah, if we look on Article 12, rural transitional, a bar is not even an option for a permitted or even a conditional use.
So what you're saying then is Mr. Heine has to come before the planning commission and ask for a rezone?
What I guess at this point I'm saying is that it's not in compliance with our zoning, and we should correct it, because we want everybody to be in compliance. It's not, for whatever reason, this probably predates all of us, but it's similar to another property we had on Highway 81. We asked that individual to come in and get it rezoned, and then he's in compliance with the zoning, and it's good.
So the
Again,
short
certainly-
answer would be yes.
I don't want to, I certainly don't want to close him down. I'm fine with approving this, but I think there needs to be a plan for him coming into compliance with the zoning ordinance.
Gary, were you made aware of this?
Commissioner Clemish just asked me this just the other day, and so I looked into it, and looking back at it, there was never a CUP or anything that was applied for. Back in 2014, there was a permit issued that stated on the permit from Mr. Garrity that it was approved per section 1205, number 4, I believe, home and farm occupation, and that's all it said, so.
Do you have any advice for how you'd like us to go about this, Gary or Deb?
Well, I can certainly send Mr. Heine a letter, and we'll figure out the best path either way, but it would make sense that, yeah, that we're probably gonna have to go for a rezone and work from there.
Probably lakeside
So
commercial.
that's gonna take some time.
Yep. Do we have a date where these have to be approved?
The liquor license renews,
Can you turn your mic on?
There you go.
the liquor, the malt beverage renews, July 1st. So, and we have to have it into the state by, in a couple weeks. I forget the day, May something.
So our next meeting is the 18th. Could we delay decision on that one until the 18th?
If there's is this just
Joe.
one time a year, or if there's a lapse, can they get one in August? You know, what if I was starting out?
If this isn't renewed, yeah, they can't.
They can't
they
serve.
can't
Can
serve.
you make it conditional upon him having it rezoned? Deb?
Well, that's why I'm wondering if the deadline isn't until May 31st, we can certainly not approve this one and hear it again at our next meeting, so we know, because it's kind of just been dropped on us
True, yeah. I mean,
Well, and
we've
it
got
would
time.
give him an opportunity to appear.
to respond.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing it in my packet. I don't even see it, I don't see it in my packet.
It wasn't. It's just something that came up.
Well, the application is in our
Oh,
packet,
yeah, the application is, but
but the issue
question-
about the zoning is not.
Okay. I mean, again, I haven't looked at it,
Right.
so I would say delay until the next meeting. Because I don't think you want it to lapse.
No, we don't. So that would be my suggestion, whoever makes the motion to, if we're going to approve the rest of them, there might be issues with the other ones.
Are we going to
is-
do them one at a time?
No, in general, we usually just approve the applications. There was one that didn't say whether they'd paid their taxes. That was toward the
Oh.
end.
I'm sorry, that's my fault then. I
Oh,
forgot
okay.
to mark it.
Yep, that's, so we
Sorry.
should probably make sure we check on that one, but otherwise, they all looked very similar. So if anyone would care to make a motion on that.
I would make a motion to approve all of the malt beverage license applications with the exception of the 6 Meridian hops, which I would move to the 18th of May.
I'll second that motion.
So I have a motion by Fox, second by Clemish, to approve the malt, the malt beverage, I want to make sure I get that right, the malt beverage licenses with the exception of the license for 6 Meridian, which will be reheard on May 18th. Further discussion?
So Karen, the one, I'm trying to find the name of it, but without the taxes paid, marked,
I
you
don't
do
know.
believe the
Like I said,
taxes were
I
paid?
missed that one. Which one was it?
Oh, I was just,
Oh, yeah, sorry, shipwreck, Cottonwood,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay,
That they have. I checked them all, but
okay.
okay.
forgot to mark that one. Sorry.
Further discussion on the motion? Again, we are moving to approve all except 6 Meridian, which will be reheard on the 18th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. All right, next on the list is declared surplus items. Looks like these are all from the highway.
I'd move to approve, or to surplus, the items submitted by Mike Sidlacek, 2003 Crown Vic, 2004 Chevrolet Impala, 2011 Dodge Charger, a 1995 Ford F-150, as well as equipment, Block Knox PF-115 paver, and a Ford 6600 mower tractor.
Second.
So I have a motion by Healy, second by Clemish, to approve the items submitted by Mike Zalachek from the Highway Department as surplus. And I'm not going to read all of those again. Further discussion? Go ahead.
No, go
Nothing?
ahead. Sorry.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. So now we have unanticipated grant revenue, and this goes with the claim that was listed under emergency management for the Boy Scout Safety Shelter.
Move approval, Clemish.
Second.
So I have a motion by Clemish, second by Fox, to approve the unanticipated grant revenue in the amount of $57,752.82.
89.
89, wow, where'd I get the 82? Thank you for checking. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, the next item on the list is to transfer funds. Now, during the course of the audit that was done recently on our financials, it was suggested that these dollars had been sitting there for quite some time. So to move those dollars back so they can be used for other things. So the first deals with a capital project safety center fund. And we believe this was before we had the jail revenue fund where we used that for all the capital projects. There's $6,211.34. And all it has been doing is earning interest all these, for many years. So the motion is to transfer those from the Capital Project Safety Center Fund to the general fund.
I would move to transfer $6,211.34 from the Capital Project Safety Center Fund to the general fund.
Second.
I have a motion by Fox, second by Clemish, to approve the transfer and essentially close the Capital Project Safety Center Fund. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. So the second is, right now, we have assigned dollars for jail improvements of $36,000. And again, it's been sitting out there for quite some time. So this is to move it from assigned for jail improvements to unassigned. And that means we can assign it to something else like roads or COVID or whatever needs, or to use it in budgeting this year. So I need a motion to assign $36,000 from jail improvements to unassigned.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Healy, second by Clemish, to assign $36,000 to unassigned. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. That one, and I think we have closed out item number 6. Man, we're right on time, 6:20. Department of Transportation amendments.
Should we just sit on this one?
This is, what, the third time we've seen this one, something like that?
It's number 3, yeah.
So again, the state is asking us to
You passed your
correct a
hand.
document we've already approved. So here, we would need a motion to approve the amendment number 3 to agreement number 614952.
I would move to amend document number 3. I'm sorry, document number 3 to agreement number 614952.
Second.
I have a motion by Fox, second by Kettering, to approve the amendment agreement. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Risty benefits. Are they here? Are they coming tonight?
Can you hear us okay?
Ah, yes, we can.
All right.
You, sir, you have the floor.
Well, Sonia is in here at the elected officials spring workshop. And
I am-
am
So,
Are we able to?
go ahead.
okay. So go ahead, Roger. I am here. Go ahead, and then I'll jump in as needed.
All right. I wanted to check and see if everybody had a chance to see the material that was sent out last week.
I did, and we have a printed copy of, it looks like vision plans and dental plans and voluntary life and basic life. Is that the information you're referring to?
There should have been information on medical also.
And we have the folder with us from the last time you were here.
No, it would have been sent Friday. I mailed it to the auditor and I believe the chairman of the commission.
There were two attachments. One had the proposal summary with the ancillary benefits of dental vision, and then the second attachment after the introduction letter did have the medical attached to it. So I'm assuming you're just missing the medical.
Yeah, I'm missing the medical.
You know, I don't recall receiving any medical.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. So here's the medical. So I'll screen share if that's okay. So we'll try to run through this quickly to keep you on schedule. Thank you for your time this evening and allowing us to come back. We looked at several different other carriers. One of them came in that we have the exclusivity on, came in higher than Wellmark. And then the other one, because you did not have 100 or more enrolled in the coverage, did require health apps. So due to the short turnaround time, we were not able to get a quote from them. So we did go back to Avera. These are quotes, plan designs you've already seen that have been brought in. And we were able to, if you look at the bottom, monthly premiums, we are able to come in lower than the previous quote seen. So 5% lower on the first plan design, which is a $6,000, 8% on the 5, and 8% on the 6,500. I keep losing connection. I apologize. There we go. Can you still see my screen?
No, we can't.
Okay, let me try again. I called on the phone, so I won't lose you there, but my connection keeps dropping my screen share. Can you see it now?
No.
Okay, all right.
Well, Sonia,
So-
while you're bringing that up, just quickly, we did get another proposal in today, but it was about the same price as your Blue Cross renewal. So we didn't think that was an option to consider. The overall recommendation, if you're looking at saving substantial amount of money, would be to go with the Avera proposal. Now, we're looking at roughly $46,395,000 savings over what you had from your previous proposal you saw last week. Everything being equal, all the numbers should be equal also. So why is our rate lower than the previous ones? And the only answer I have would be commission being charged. And why are we willing to do this for less commission? Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, we already do a number of counties around the state. In particular, we do 3 counties right in your neighborhood, that being Charles Mix, Douglas County, and I just lost my train of thought. There's Gregory County. So we're all right in that area already. Another reason why we're willing to do it for less is we're hoping that you would allow us to implement those ancillary benefits, the dental, the vision, and the life insurance, and let us come in and service it. Now, one of the things that's going to make us different from most other agents is that, and we mentioned this last time, we gave you a sample in the booklets we handed out last week, is we're going to develop and build a benefit booklet for the auditor's office. So when you have a new employee, they can give that booklet to each employee. It's going to have everything in there that they're going to need, including the cost, the plan design, the policy numbers, the contact information for each carrier. It will also include the required COBRA notices and all of the SBCs for all of the plans. So when you get a new hire, you can hand them that book. Now you're compliant and everything they need's in there. You can print out a copy of that for every employee. Now you're compliant and everything they need is in there. This book is about 60 pages long. It's extreme, but it's a lot of material for the employees. If somebody comes into the auditor's office and says, well, how does our dental plan work, or how does our medical plan work? You know, the response is going to be, well, where's your booklet? Well, I lost it. I can't find it. Well, here's another one. It's everything they're going to need. Another thing we're going to do, and I'll let Sonia talk a little bit about this, is we will be able to go in and give the auditor's staff access to our large library of HR material that will keep them up to date on any changes, whether it's ACA laws or any other rules or regulations that come out. And we give this all to you for free. Most other agents and agencies will charge you for this. We do not. So that's some of the things that are going to make us a little bit different than everybody else. Now, one of the things we would ask is to do employee meetings. We want to come in and educate the employees on the plans, on the changes, and any additions that are there, and communicate the benefits as thoroughly as possible. I've already rambled on for over 5 minutes. Sonia, what do you have to add?
So can you see this? Can you see my screen with the Avera plan on it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. So the total of all the plans comes to $721,760, and that's $173,000 less than your Wellmark renewal. And again, as previously mentioned, we are saving $47,000 on the Avera plan over your previous Avera proposal submitted to you. And so that's an additional about $47,000 in savings. And with that, we have, not to take up too much time, but we have alternatives for dental. Beam is a great carrier. It's been in South Dakota for several years. They provide an electronic toothbrush, toothpaste, and dental floss every 6 months. And to go with the growing trend of technology, you actually, if you want to, there is an app that ties to your phone. So every time you brush your teeth, it logs that. And then at renewal, underwriting takes that into consideration. So the more you brush your teeth, the lower they're going to bring your renewal in. So, but again, that's voluntary to participate in that. You can just get your free toothbrush and new toothbrush heads every 6 months. Great company. They do come in lower than your Delta Dental plan. And then we're able to replace your VSP vision plan with Beam as well. And that's a very large saving for employees that have family and have to, on a voluntary basis. Let me see if I can jump to this quick. But with the savings from Avera, there is sufficient funds available if you choose to looked at implementing the Beam Dental. You can see the significant savings, and they cover perio and endo in the 80th percentile, where Delta pays them in the 50th. And then as well as VSP, Beam uses the same network, but look at the savings on your deductible. There's a $10 savings there on your exam and your materials, and a significant savings on the premiums, as well as contacts, or sorry, not contacts, but glass frames you can get every year instead of every 24 months, like the current VSP plan. And then some key things that I'd like you to consider. When it comes to life insurance, not everybody has life insurance. A lot of them get it through their employer. You can package that with Beam, provide $25,000 to your employees for $6,204 a month, which you can utilize with part of that savings that you originate from the Avera medical plan. And then also look at implementing a voluntary life insurance plan. And let me tell you why that's something to take into consideration as an employer. Not everybody qualifies for life insurance. Not everybody is healthy. If you implement a voluntary life insurance plan, during implementation, they have 30 days of guaranteed issue that they can jump on and have a life insurance policy without any underwriting, no matter their health. And this is important to a lot of employees. My husband, our policy is expiring. He's got high cholesterol. He's got bad labs. They denied him. And so we were scrambling. His employer does not offer life insurance. So I can get that on a group basis through our work, obviously upon implementation when we first implemented life insurance. So I do have some there. But again, you know, it's like, okay, we need to do something about your health so that way you'll qualify. It was very scary. And to be able to have this through your employer and get that offer of that implementation if you're not currently healthy is a really nice thing. So, Roger, did I miss anything? I'm trying to talk fast.
No, you didn't. And one of the things to keep in mind is most employees, the only life insurance they have is at work. It costs, dependent upon where you are, anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 for a funeral. I know that because I had to bury my grandson here a few years ago, and it was right at $15,000. So a lot of your employees may not have anything, especially if they have to qualify for it. This is an ideal way for you to provide a benefit for your employees that's going to have some meaning for them. We're hoping that with $170,000 savings over what your renewal would be, you might consider implementing not only the life insurance, but maybe even picking up the cost, the single cost of the dental and the vision for your employees, and really rounding out the package.
So I believe, Roger, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a $52,000 savings that they can utilize that will cover all three of those benefits if, for the single cost of the employee, the group life, the dental, and vision. If they wanted to utilize the savings that way, that's what that would cost. That, and that still leaves you $30,000 in savings that you don't have to use for benefits, but it'd be about $52,000 if you wanted to look at covering the cost for that. Now, I was visiting with Patty here. She's up here at the convention, and she said that your ancillary benefits don't renew until October, and I realized that, but I don't know if there was a reason. I didn't get a chance to ask her if that you had them, a reason you had them at two separate renewal dates. We can implement the new ancillary products at the same time as your medical coverage, so everything renews together. So I don't know if that's something that you would prefer versus having one in July and one, sorry, was it June, and one in October. So ancillary products are one-sided. You can cancel the contracts at any time if you wanted to make that tied to the same renewal day as your medical.
Are there any questions?
Any questions?
Well, I think you said a lot. I think we're just processing what you've said. So with the ancillary, and I never get that word correctly said, With the extra benefits, I'll just substitute, since they aren't due until October, and I think our commissioners are probably maybe not prepared to decide on that tonight. Am I seeing any heads nodding? So if we did go that route, we could always choose to short the year between October and July 1 renewal versus shorting the year we've already got. So my opinion, I would like to delay that until our October renewal and probably start discussing somewhere around August. So we're better prepared to compare the plans you're proposing to what we currently have and get a flavor of our employees because they're the ones who are using those benefits. Any other comments on that? Any support, disagreements?
I had the same thoughts as far as the ancillary benefits.
I would agree.
I also agree.
Okay, so I think we have general consensus that tonight we're not going to do any action on the extra benefits that you're showing. Now, as far as the Avera health plans, I know I've spoken with Julie Auk, our current agent, and she has come in with much lower rates for Avera than they quoted before with the same ultra plans. So when I think what's probably prudent is to let Julie get up and speak on what she has to present, and then the commissioners can certainly compare what RISD is quoting tonight as well.
Well, I do have a question of the RISD group. Looking at the basic life and accidental death and disability, the annual premium, is that for the 94 employees?
Yes, that takes into consideration 94 employees.
So I
And we
assume
looked at numerous.
you did that because you are proposing that the county take that expense on potentially.
Correct. The basic life is an employer-paid benefit. The voluntary life is not. So, yeah, with the savings, it is an option of a benefit you could implement if you chose to.
Okay.
And then the voluntary life would be, of course, employee-paid.
And the
Did that answer your question?
the monthly premium for the aggregate amount of 94 employees would be the $6,204?
No, the monthly amount would be $5,000 or $517. The annual would be $6,204
That's what I meant. For
Yep.
all of them, though.
for all of them. Yeah,
All the
it'd come
employees,
out to,
yes.
it would come out to $5.50 per employee per month.
There are a couple of lower options, but if you wanted to package the Beam Dental and Vision together, plus this one has a higher benefit amount. But yeah, so it's $550 per person at 94 employees, $517 per month, a total annual premium of $6,204.
All right, any
So
other?
how-
oh, go
How
ahead.
many employees does Yankton County have? I thought we had over 100.
We do, but a lot of them are part-time. We have 94 full-time.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions before I welcome Julie up to the podium?
Ladies and gentlemen, we just want to thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you,
Yep,
sir.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
Come on up, Julie.
More paper.
And
I have
take your
for all of
mask
you.
off, because I'm old.
Oh, okay. Good. I'm going to pass out more paper.
Thanks, Julie.
You bet. Thank you guys for your time tonight. I will tell you, a lot of health insurance companies want your business. Well, Mark came back. I'll just keep talking if that's all right with you. Well, I'm not, what do you want to do?
Oh, just hesitate just a smidgen.
Thank you.
Since we got together last time, Avera has come back and lowered their rate. Wellmark has lowered their rates. And United Healthcare has lowered their rates. Just a few percentages, but every single one of the insurance company that we quoted originally wants your business. Even with those differences, we examined this, we looked at every other option, and Avera, of course, came in with a significant savings. They added the universal copay to the plan that I'm going to show you, which obviously when you spoke with the employees, and keep in mind, 47 employees that you have take the copay plan. They're willing to pay the difference in the amount of insurance that the county pays for and take money out of their pocket and pay the difference in the premium. So the copay plan is important to almost half of your employees. And in the original quote from Avera, it did not include that universal copay, and I don't believe Mr. Ristes did either. So the plan that we're going to show you includes a universal copay. It's inclusive, meaning that if they go to the doctor, just like Wellmark, the labs and the x-rays are covered under that copay. Avera also includes a fitness club membership to all the employees. So for those 70 employees that are not utilizing their health insurance, they get a fitness membership with their plan. They have healthcare advocates for high needs employees, free COBRA administration, and this is something that Wellmark does charge for, but between Karen and I and Patty, we've managed to keep up with COBRA and all of the resources that we need for that information. And the Risty referred to a HR employee handbook. Through Avera, they have offered those exact same services for free to Karen and Patty and myself. We can hand out employee handbooks. It is available to the county, of course, if you choose an Avera plan. Through the broker in which I used, they have offered those services for absolutely no charge also. United Healthcare came back also with lower premiums, lower copays. They included in their copay for the copay plan a $40 additional copay to pay for lab and x-ray. There is no deductible to be met for their plans, and zero copay, zero virtual visits. They also offer a Fitbit for a motion discount where you connects right into an app that you put on your phone or your computer, and you can download when you're active and score points for that towards your healthcare needs. The other thing that I forgot to mention with Avera before I forget, which is really a big deal and what swayed quite a few of our employees away from taking an HSA, is that if they are on preventative medication or medication that they have to take every single month, Avera has included preventative medication with a copay inside of their HSA plans. So instead of having to meet that deductible before they pay for any medication or you receive a copay for those meds, they've included that with both of their HSA plans. Okay, so that's first page of the revisions. And we'll start with the copay plan. And if you take a look, compared to last year, all the employees would have to pay in $50.17 in order to have this plan. With the Wellmark renewal and lowering their premium, the employees would be responsible for $49.64, and that number comes from the lowest price, the median price HSA plan. So option one of the HSAs. There's two HSAs. There's a higher deductible and then there's a lower deductible. And the county they have to choose the median plan, and that's the HSA plan that's offered through the county. So the $49.64 would come from the difference between the Blue Cross Blue Shield $5,000 plan. The copay for Avera would come from their median plan, and then the United Healthcare copay plan, the employees each have to pay an additional $112.23 to make up the difference.
So before you leave that page.
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to make note, originally Avera quoted a $6,000 deductible. So that pink column was
Correct.
originally 6,000 at $664. So since they came back with a rate reduction to $649.38, that was significant savings already from their first quote. So what I asked Julie to do is to pick a plan with a lower deductible
Correct.
to get that back to where we started at the 664. So this plan is 664 essentially, but what we've done is we've lowered the deductible by 500. Now, if we choose to go back to 6,000 as a deductible, that plan cost is 649.38.
Correct.
Now, Risty's just quoted that at 630.98. And that was the only difference in their quote from what you are quoting here.
Correct. Correct. And the $6,000 plan.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep,
yes,
so,
yes.
so, and one reason is because there's a lot of nerves with switching health insurance at any time.
Absolutely.
And so what this does is it kind of gets our deductibles back down a little bit more reasonable, so.
Well, and
that-
and I jumped right in, and before that, keep in mind that when Sherry and I met, of course, our number one goal is absolutely the best coverage we can possibly get for all the employees. And we are also looking how to save tax dollars. I mean, you know, of course, Wellmark, let's face it, it's the Cadillac. It's the best coverage you can get in South Dakota. I don't think Avera would deny that, and I don't think United Healthcare would deny that. But when the premiums get to be, you know, you're $200,000 short of $1 million. And unfortunately, when you have 30 people in the county, and I'm not saying not everyone else goes and sees a doctor, but 30 people seriously utilizing their insurance, then we have to start looking at what makes the most amount of sense. And for those 30 people, or maybe we can, when we came back with rates, these rates for families are now right where we need them. I mean, they are very, very competitive on the individual market. I mean, actually, they're significantly lower than individual market for families. And we're seeing slowly more families come on the county policy, which is great, So not only are you offering great insurance for your employees, but you're offering great insurance for their family. So the deductibles, the co-pays for the drugs they all fell right in line, and Avera did come back, honestly, and they championed Wellmark and United Healthcare in the premiums and in what they were willing to do as far as adding that universal copay. They had to rewrite their plan because they do not offer this to their large groups right now, so hats off to them. Okay, and also, if you move to the median plan, which at the bottom of this plan is where the explanation comes in for what the total cost would be with 94 employees, and that changes. I know Karen would agree with me. It changes, but we kind of averaged it out, 94 employees throughout the year. And Wellmark's renewal, they did lower their renewal on this plan by about $30. And Avera, with our request, because they went back and lowered their premiums again, we asked them to lower their max out-of-pocket also. And so for the median HSA plan, Avera came back with a $4,500 HSA plan, which means instead of $5,000, it's $4,500. That's less money out of an employee's pocket, which is a big deal. And they also added in that preventative care medication. So if someone is just simply on cholesterol medication or a high blood pressure medication, but they're healthy, then those drugs are going to be covered, and they're not only going to have to pay a copay and not have to meet that $4,500 deductible before they actually receive some benefit from their health insurance. And United Healthcare, they came back and did lower their premiums also, but the plan is also still at the $5,000 out of pocket. They do have a tier 1, $10, tier 2, $35, and tier 3, $60 copay for their medications in the $5,000 plan. Okay?
So if we would go back to the original Avera quote was for $5,000 HSA, That plan came back at $593.90, which is $25 less than what you're showing here. But again, I asked her to find a lower deductible that matched initially the first quote we were given.
Correct.
Because that was an aggressive quote.
Correct.
So we do have options there if the commissioners choose to just keep our deductibles the same and take more savings if the Avera plan is chosen.
Correct, correct. But in the defense of the plans that I'm presenting you, when we're changing from Wellmark to Avera, there may be a little bit of a pushback from employees, and this will help ease that, because just a little bit more discussion into this, looking at the top 10 facilities that are used by your employees, 2 of them were outside of the Avera network. And I do believe those are a rare use situation. So what Avera has done over the past 3-4 years is they've made it easier to transition into an Avera network plan. And so, you know, I'm well aware that it is a narrower network, but according to the usage of your employees, it really will perform well for the majority of the folks that are utilizing our healthcare here. Okay, and the savings are serious. We seriously have to consider them. And just getting right down into the weeds of the savings, at the bottom of that median plan, if you take a look, the healthcare premiums, and this is taking 94 employees using these plans that are on this page, the healthcare premiums for Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, and this is an approximate, about $800,958.96, and that would be money that would be spent by the county for this year's plan. And that is compared to last year, the $805,191, and that is because we actually lowered their premium on their HSA plan. The Avera comes in at $697,216.80, and the United Healthcare comes in at $729,308.40. And then as an additional expense that was accrued by the county of $750 for 20 employees that we wrote checks to for the HRA because they hit their max out of pocket. So you had 20 employees that hit the max out of the pocket with their health insurance, which is an additional cost of $15,000. So the bottom line of $815,958.96 for Wellmark, $712,216.80 in comparison of Avera, and $744,308.40 for United Healthcare. So $92,975 in savings with the proposed HSA plan from Avera in a median offering to the county. Those are serious dollars. Any questions so far? No?
Do you have any of these ancillary?
Oh, I have
programs?
offered them every year. I've offered them or I've brought them, and your employees are offered those. The only thing that is not is the guaranteed issued life insurance, which is very easy to add to your plan. But in the past, it has been the understanding that the employees make their decisions. You are offered AFLAC, and AFLAC offers life insurance, dental, vision. Then we also have, I brought in Delta Dental and VSP. And the reason that I brought those two in is it is voluntary, but Delta Dental and VSP is so well accepted here in Yankton. You can go to any dentist, and you don't have to worry about whether you're in network or out of network. Some of these, I mean, I do not have Delta Dental, and my dentist is not in my insurance company's network, and I end up paying more. So the Delta Dental is a fantastic plan, and it's just, you know, and it is a reduced rate because it is offered in group insurance. Then you also have Continental, am I saying that right? Colonial Life that is offered here at the county as far as life insurance, but a guaranteed life insurance policy that could be added right on to the bottom of this plan that's paid for by the county, I think would be very, very beneficial. I have had employees that have passed and is the only life insurance they had. So it is, and I'm a life insurance agent, so I mean, it is very, very important. I agree. But in the past, it has just not been something the commissioners wanted to consider. of course, we're looking at premiums, we're looking at savings. But with this huge of a savings, it is definitely something that can be added, for sure. Okay? Any other questions?
So I did a quick calc. If we go back to the Avera plans they originally quoted, using their new quotes, it would save us another 25,000.
Correct, correct.
So just so, and the RISD quotes for the HSAs were only $3 lower for both of those plans.
Correct, because he lowered his commission.
Yeah.
And, I mean, and that to me is immaterial. I just go by what Avera tells me to charge, so. And I had a discussion with that Avera, and they said, don't worry about it. The big thing with that difference in the $5,000 and the $4,500 plan is that it's just less money out of your employees' pockets. And with 20 people hitting their max out of pocket, you had some people, I mean, when your max out of pockets are $6,500, $7,500, $5,000, that's a lot of money out of their family's budget. So that's where we were thinking it would be a good idea to lower those deductibles, Sherry. And, you know, the $25,000 savings is significant,
Yep.
but that's why we are presenting that.
So Julie, can I ask a question? Because I asked Sherry earlier too.
Yes.
Did you do an analysis of the individuals? You said 2 of them went out of,
I don't know, we don't know if it was 2 or if it was 1,
right?
and they utilized 2 facilities in Nebraska.
Okay, so as far as you know, no one's had to utilize outside the Avera network that's currently on the plan?
Other than that, those 2 facilities. So other than those 2 facilities, and if they are utilizing an out-of-network facility at this moment, then they are given an opportunity to go back, see them, and then Avera helps transition them into the network. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just had someone ask because their child's going to college, and they're going to college outside.
Avera has other networks that are nationwide, and I can get a list for those.
Okay.
Because that was a question also. I have hundreds of Avera clients, so, and several of them are in college, so I understand. Avera's health insurance has changed over the last 2 or 3 years. They've really taken that into consideration. And so when your child does go off to college and they are not in the immediate Avera network, then they open up a nationwide network. And there are 3 of them, and I apologize, I don't know them off the top of my head. I had them in the pile of my papers, but I think I left them on my desk. I'm sorry. But there would be an opportunity for that too.
But not to the same extent as Universal.
Not to the extent of United Healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield. But of course, if a college student were to need the emergency room, then it is treated as in-network. So while they're home with their, see the doctor, if they get sick or that kind of thing, then it would be, depending upon where they go, it would possibly have the chance of running into out-of-network, correct. But we only have 4 families right now on the plan. So we're talking mostly about folks who live and work in Yankton. Okay?
So the lady from Avera did email, and since we get questions about the Mayo Clinic, she said Avera Plans does have a contract with Mayo Clinic. We do allow members to access Mayo Clinic as long as the referring physician is referring to a like physician. So if you have a cardiologist in the Avera network and they say, yep, cardiologist at Mayo Clinic is where you need to go.
Correct.
So she said they do have that set in place.
And that has been streamlined in the last 2-3 years, correct. Prior, it was a little bit more of a hassle, but it is not any longer. Any other questions about network? Okay, and then we'll just take a peek at the last option, which the county currently, of course, offers 3 plans to their employees. And this is the higher deductible health plan. And currently, you are offering a $6,500 HSA, and the proposed Avera plan is $5,500, and the United Healthcare is $6,350. The employee, instead of actually paying into the county for their coverage, the county actually puts money into their health savings account. Last year, through a lot of effort with Karen and Patty and Health Equity, we established HSA accounts and HRA accounts. So the HSA account is being utilized by quite a few of the employees here at Yankton County to help offset those out-of-pocket expenses for them if they choose a high deductible health plan. And with the Wellmark plan, with the difference between the median plan and this plan, it's $41.15. So if you choose the Wellmark, this amount of money will be put into their HSA. If you choose the Avera plan, the county would contribute $46.39 to their HSA. And if you choose the United Healthcare plan, the county would place $38.39 into their HSA plan. So you do have 18 employees choosing currently right now this, the higher deductible health plan. And so there are, there are people utilizing every single one of these plans. Okay. Okay, and included in this packet of information is information from both Avera and United Healthcare, and they just wanted to make sure that we touch on all the benefits of both plans. No argument, it is good coverage. Any plan you choose tonight is good coverage, and your employees will be well taken care of. But Vera, once again, has offered, and this is true of United Healthcare, transferring the information to, if you were to move plans, move carriers, it is a very streamlined process, does not even require an application. One file is just transferred to the other carrier. Not a big deal. Avera is offering lower deductibles and lower max out-of-pockets. The copay health plan is universal. Great Life membership, fitness membership, COBRA administration at no cost, and Avera Health Plan networks of 92 hospitals for 4,300 physicians, and emergencies treated as in-network regardless of where they occur, and nationwide network coverage for employees and dependents living outside the coverage area. Okay, so preventative drug list is included. So these would be the drugs that are included in the high deductible health plans, which are considered HSAs, and then also a little bit about the membership to Great Life, and of course the Avera Fitness Center up at the hospital. Along with that is the United Healthcare information, and they just wanted to make sure that we understood, or you understood, that copay is a $10 copay, and if a child is going to the doctor, there is no copay. There is an urgent care $25 copay. The x-rays and lab work is a $40 copay in addition to the $10. And any major diagnostic imaging is a $500 copay. Okay. They also have their motion benefit where you are connected to a Fitbit, and the Fitbit is connected to an app, and once again you score points or discounts in your healthcare according to how active you are.
What would they actually get?
I have no idea. I think it's actual network discounts.
Baseball cap or something?
Yeah. Yes. Are there any additional questions?
There is one thing I do want to point out.
Okay.
We have a couple families, and I believe we are anticipating 4 families this year, maybe,
4 families are already signed up, yes.
for PPO.
Yes,
Okay, so when you look at the family cost on that PPO, it's $18.72 a month. Now, the county would,
Which thing?
so
are you
we're
looking
on
at?
copay
that's the
option.
copay plan. And-
Copay, so the left side is what we would, if we renew with Wellmark, a family plan is $18.72 a month.
Third from the bottom.
Okay, so the county would pay $760 of that. So the employee would be left with a yearly fee of $13,350. If we go with Avera, and their family plan is $1633, the county would cover $664, And that leaves them with $11,626 a year. That's $1,725 less than Wellmark for a family plan for a year. So there is, even though the county only pays so much for whatever
Yes.
family plans are there, it does impact our families.
Yes, yes, and I think it's important that you take a look at, I understand that right now the county is paying almost 100% of their premium, which I know all the employees definitely appreciate that. But when you start adding in these higher deductibles, and I've seen higher, I mean, I sell much higher because it's unaffordable otherwise, but this does definitely take money out of their pocket when you have the higher deductibles. So lowering those deductibles by $500 is a big deal. And then finally, and then I'm going to get out of your hair. We talked, Sherry and I talked about this, possibly if this would be an option, and I think it's a really good option, especially if you decide to transition from Wellmark, Blue Cross Blue Shield, to Avera, or possibly United Healthcare. Instead of offering the $750 only to the folks who max out their health insurance plan, offer that $750 to anyone who utilizes their health insurance. And the way that your HRA is set up is that it is only for services rendered. So for those folks that go in and rack up a $500 medical bill, the $750 that is offered through the county would take care of that $500 medical bill. And then they would have no medical bill. And then they don't have to hit their $5,000 max out of pocket, or their $4,500 max out of pocket, or their $5,000 max out of pocket. They would actually have a $750 cushion that is being offered. And that, I have the calculation, is still almost a $38,000 savings to the county over last year's proposed expense.
Thank you.
So if you take a look across the board, adding that 70,000, and you have, and I'm not going to say it's never, I mean, it could be a catastrophic year and every 94 employees all use their health insurance. But this year, in 2020 to 2021, you actually had the highest number of employees use their plan since I've been your agent. So you had 30. So this would be, the 70,500 would be if every single employee needed that $750, which I do not think is going to happen. But it is a wonderful, wonderful benefit. I mean, what a gift.
And you said 30 didn't use their insurance at all?
30, only 30 used their plan.
So
you
used it, so it's the opposite. Okay.
Only 30 use their plan. So, you know, if you have those same 30 people that go and, who knows, I mean, they need to go to the doctor for whatever, and they do have a $200 medical bill. They could turn this in, and Yankton County would take care of that for them. Up to $700.
And we did this for high deductible plans last year?
You did this for anyone who hit their max out of pocket.
You have to do it for every person, the
Yes.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyone that, because Karen was, okay, I'm getting these bills for like 30, I'm getting these, so every time someone utilizes or has a bill or on their explanation of benefits, and they have hit their max out of pocket, Karen would have okay, the county owes this person this much money, this much money, this much money. So this way, we would change that wording in our HRA to up to $750, and they do not have to hit their max out of pocket. And we could do that with the savings that you would obtain by switching to Avera. I mean, you could do it with Wellmark, but then you're looking at an additional bottom line.
And Avera, the Yankton Medical Clinic is included in the Avera?
Every facility in Yankton is in the Avera network, yes.
So with the three let's say we went to Vera, the 3 plans. The high deductible, what's proposed is the county would put in $46.39 into that HSA account.
Yes, yes,
What-
and you were doing that last year, yes.
Yep. And, okay, so is there any difference between the, call it the median plan to the PPO? To the
Yeah.
employee?
The big difference is the copay when you go to the doctor. I mean, what do you, I guess I don't understand what you're
Well,
asking.
so what I guess I'm wondering, so essentially the PPO plan, they're gonna have a copay.
Yes,
The median deductible, they're gonna pay 100%.
correct.
What's gonna entice them to,
They're healthy and they don't go to the doctor.
So I would suspect we had a lot of healthy people take the very high deductible because they got money in their HSA.
and that's what
And they
I'm,
never went to the doctor. So, but we did have, how many last year? 16. So if I'm really sick,
Can I,
Yep.
this is what happened last year, because I had employee meetings and I meet with, I do this every year, meet with your employees. And actually, no, that's not what happened. If they knew they had a pending medical situation, because this plan, this median plan, has the lowest max out of pocket. So they took this plan, and I encouraged them to. Hey, Julie, I need shoulder surgery. I have to get a knee replaced. I'm gonna have my appendix out. I mean, I'm sure that's an emergency. But you know, whatever the situation was, I said, hey, let's sign up for this plan. You don't have any medical expense as far as premiums are concerned, yet no, you are not contributing to your HSA, but you will have the minimum out of your pocket to be spent. So I coached them to take that. That's why those 16 people, and that is where 16 of those checks that were 750 were written, went directly to those people that participated in the median HSA plan.
okay, so it would be I'm thinking just the median versus the PPO, really that decision's gonna be your max out of pocket. Is what, because it's the
Well-
same, it's 0 cost to each one of them.
You know, but, well, the PPO plan is for those folks that do not want a $300 medical bill at the clinic. And so they want to pay their copay and be done. And or they're worried, you know, what if? And so that's why folks take that. And the other reason that most of the folks took that PPO plan was because they were on prescription medications every month. And so that we went through, decided this is the best plan for you, and paying that extra $50 out of their pocket was less expensive than paying for their meds. So once again, I will meet with every single one of those employees, I counsel them, and we decide what is the best plan.
Okay.
That's kind of how, that's how I roll, Joe.
so any other questions
You're
for
welcome.
Julie before we need to make a decision?
And I mean, and I know you have some attractive offers also through another group, but we really need to be we need to be nailing this down because we're running out of time.
Yep, we need a decision tonight. Thank you.
You are very welcome, thank you. And thank you, Sherry, for all your help and assistance.
Always happy to talk insurance. It's just
Yes,
my
always.
favorite subject. All right, so I will start with a recommendation. I think what Julie has brought to us tonight in pink, which is Avera, is a very attractive plan. They changed their initial quote to include what they're calling an ultra plan for the PPO. So the PPO will mirror what the well-marked PPO looks like. So for example, I went to the convenient care this weekend because I got stung by my yearly wasp and had to be seen. So a PPO for me, copay, and it was all covered. Had I had an HSA, I would have paid for everything until I met my deductible. So that's really the difference between those. I do appreciate the $750 toward medical expenses for this transition because there is a little bit of an unknown for folks as they go into a new health plan. I've been through 5 or 6 of my own, and it's never fun at the beginning. But working with Avera on this, you wouldn't believe the number of emails I've received on support for their quote and how can we help you and things like that. I do support lowering the deductibles, even though we could save a lot more money by having the same deductibles we had last year. Again, it's if we're going to switch, let's try to make the least impact on the employee that we can. So I do support lowering the deductibles instead of taking the additional $25,000 savings. With that, I do like how we laid out last year where the county pays for the central and the employee can choose either side of that central payment, either the PPO, which is more expensive, or the cheaper, higher deductible HSA. So that's where I stand. I would choose Avera in pink as it's presented tonight.
Is that with or without the proposed?
750?
750.
Yep, I would support the 750, even if we just gave them half of the $92,000 savings. If we went down to 500, that would give the employees half the savings that we are essentially taking, versus 75% of the savings but again, to Julie's point, only 30 of our employees actually use their insurance, so how many of them are going to actually use the 750? We don't know. Now, maybe with it there, everybody will find something this year that they need to address that they've been putting off because medical costs are expensive. So, but it is there, and it goes into an HRA as it's used. We don't write a check to them right away, so it works a little different than an HSA. Any other comments, questions, opinions?
I like that path. One thing I would, more for discussion, I guess, is leave the deductible at the 500, add 500, but give the 750.
So you would leave the deductible on the HSA 5,000?
5,000.
I was going to say 500.
And then go the HSA 6,500. So you would go ahead and take that extra savings?
Something I would, I guess, consider or contemplate,
Okay.
but then also offer that 750 to
And then offer the
employees
750 to,
to come right back out.
okay?
And I guess one of my concerns, I do like your recommendation, especially for transition. My concern is when rates escalate, what do we do in the future?
Yep, that's always a
It's-
concern.
It's harder to take it away, I guess.
It is.
And that's part of why I'm looking at that, I
So
guess.
what would the difference be, dollar-wise at the bottom?
So which plan are you looking at?
Well, I believe we're looking at the pink one.
Okay, so we've got two HSA plans that Joe's talking about. The one that says 4,500 for Avera.
Yep.
He's suggesting to change that to 5,000, so the rate on that would change from 618 to 594 at a 5,000 deductible. So when you look at the other, changing it from a 5,500 deductible back to a 6,500 deductible, that changes the rate from 572 to 532. And if I punch my numbers correctly, changing just those two, we would save about $8,000 on each of those plans if we left the PPO. Well, we've changed the PPO too then, Joe, right?
Yeah,
Back
I
to
think
6,000.
all would go, yeah.
So the PPO,
I'm sorry?
Oh, that's right. We pay for the
oh,
median and then they kick in the
yeah,
extra.
yep,
Yeah.
thank you, Julie. So it's 16,500 is what we would save.
670,000 versus 679,000.
Yeah, thank you, Julie, for catching that. That was my error. So the employees, it would cost the employees another 8,000.
Ultimately,
Gotcha, yep.
You are lowering the premium on that median plan, and now we're gonna, if we keep this, the copay plan in place, then they're going to have to put a little bit more in because you are lowering the premium responsible by the county.
Yep.
Does that make sense, Joe?
Right.
Yep.
The benchmark is changing
The
essentially.
benchmark changed, correct.
Okay, so if we did that, we'd be looking at it rather than 767. Is that the number I've got? Sorry, 697.
It's 89 grand, yes.
Okay. Okay. That's what I was after at the end of the day.
Okay, so other opinions?
I don't know. Looking at it, I think I would probably support the original proposal
Okay,
over the
the
9,000
5,000?
savings. The 4,500,
So go back to what's in pink?
yes.
With or without the HSA?
The HRA contributions.
The 750 HR. I think,
So are we doing 750 or I know for a minute, we talked 500.
my thought is, I would, rather than 500, I'd rather go 750 and then raise that deductible and take that savings. Or just stay where we're at with the 750.
Other opinions? None?
Well, I'm
I would-
looking, we're at the $5,000 deductible. Yes?
So,
Because I have so many sheets of paper here.
yep, so let's focus on the colored ones.
Yep. Long colored or short colored?
Julie wanted to come up and say.
Come on up, ma'am.
Okay, just off the cuff, if you, if we just lower that seven.
Mask.
Yes, you can, oh, I'm sorry. I don't like them, but, okay. So if you just lower, like Joe mentioned, you just lower that HRA contribution to 500 versus the 750, and you offer it to everyone for all their medical situations, because we are giving them some relief in lowering the deductible. You go from spending, and this is just, I mean, from
Off the cuff.
500 times 94, you go to 47,000 versus $70,500, which you're more than likely going to spend. I mean, if you take 30 times 500, 15,000. So now you're right back where you're at in your contributions from last year with your HRA, and you're not adding any more money out of your pocket for the HRA contributions, and you've lowered your deductible by 500, and everybody is getting.
And you're still giving them something.
Yes, yes. So now ultimately, at a 47,000 plus the 697,000 is $744,000 in total possible health insurance expense if 30 people, or if all 94 people utilize that $500. So you go from a savings of, good Lord, too many papers. See, this is my life. You go from 767,000 to 744,000, and you're darn near at 767, $23,000 less than what I originally proposed. Does that make sense?
So with that vision,
So that would be a $59,000 savings versus a 37.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So with that vision, if I'm interpreting what's been said, the copay would move down to 5,500 deductible. The HSA middle one would be 4,500, and the other one would be 5,500. And then we would contribute 500 on an as-needed basis into an HRA.
Correct.
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 And then
Okay.
and then offer it, yes, on an as-needed basis to every employee.
To every employee who's
Yes, yes,
eligible for our
Every
insurance.
full-time employee.
Who's eligible for our insurance.
yes, 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 yes. I'm sorry, thank you.
Don or Dan, you guys have been quiet.
Go ahead, Don.
Don?
I support Sherry's recommendation.
Dan?
No, there is some apprehension that I've heard of switching plans from the employees. But there are some cost savings, so.
At this time, I'd entertain a motion.
I'd move to switch to the Avera plans as presented in pink from Julie, as well as offer employees a $500, I don't know, stipend into the HRA account.
On an as-needed
On
basis.
an as-needed basis.
I would second.
So I have a motion by Healy, second by Fox, to approve the plans presented in pink through Avera, and also to contribute $500 on an as-needed basis into an HRA as the employee needs it. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you so much, Julie. Have a good evening. All righty, at 7:30, we're going to go ahead and do the Board of Adjustment, and then depending on how long that goes, we might take a quick break. So I will convene us into Board of Adjustment, then I will recuse myself from the conversation at that point. Entertain a motion to go into Board of Adjustment.
I would move that we go into Board of Adjustment.
Second.
The motion by Fox, second by Kettering to sit as Board of Adjustment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. And Vice Chair Healy is now in charge.
Stay here. Gary, do you want to come up and get started? We'll hear the, is it COP? COP variance request?
Yes, so we have a variance and request in front of you for Christie Kopp. They are in attendance, and we'll present their variance.
Okay. Hello, please state your name and tell us what you're after.
Good evening. I'm Christy Kopp. We live outside of the city, out in the country. We are asking for a variance to move the side setback 15 feet. So it's currently 75 feet. We're asking to build at 60 feet off from the neighboring property line / we use the fence line as our basis. I know the Yankton County overlay was shifted a little bit based on where our fence line is. So I just wanted to make it clear we did use the fence line, the existing fence line that's there. It's the south side of the property. We're asking to move or to reduce that setback a little bit. We can meet all the other sides. Part of the reasoning for that is, so we live right at the top of the hill. Our property drops off significantly on all, really all sides, but specifically the northeast corner, it drops pretty quickly. We also have a light pole and a water hydrant that is limiting us from shifting that building over the 75 feet as required right now. And that light pole, it could be moved. Obviously, it's just challenging. You're dealing with the electric company, and then also on it houses a station for John Deere GPS for all of their tracking capability, as well as Yankton Wireless has a satellite up there to for any of the neighbors in the area that wish to have wireless through them. So we would have to, if we were forced to move that pole, we would have to work with those businesses as well to try to get them to move and all that good stuff. And And that, I mean, that's really the extent of it. We're, like I said, we're hoping for a small variance to utilize the ground elevation as best we can and to not have to relocate that pole and water.
Okay. Any questions from the board for the applicant? Okay, at this time, I'll have you sit down and we'll take public comment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody in the audience like to come up and speak in favor or against this proposal? Seeing none, public comment is closed. I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
I don't see an issue with it.
Mr.
One of the issues that came up at the planning and zoning meeting was potential snow drifting over, created by this building over the fence. And cops had agreed that they would repair that fence if that happened. They didn't think it would be a big issue.
I guess I kind of find that hard to believe. I mean, there's trees all over the place that knock our fences down every single year. I guess I'm not in favor of saddling these people with a fence repair. That just doesn't really seem that likely to me that something like that would happen. You know, there's tree belts right next to the road there too, and we're not requiring landowners to scoop out the driveway or fix those fence either. From all the variances we've done, we've never done anything remotely close to that as far as I'm concerned. I think it's a bad precedence to set.
Gary, is this variance request for the front lot and side lot or yard, or just the side?
Just the side.
The front fence must be off of the, correct? Because you're gonna be 70 foot off the front fence, is what the request is.
I think the 70-foot, we were looking at shifting the building just slightly so it would be easier to back things into it. So the 70 feet would be the front corner of the shed. From the center of the road, we're still set back far enough.
Okay,
So it's just on that south side, we were looking at the back corner being 60 feet off the fence line, and then the front corner of the shed being 70 feet off the front line, the
off
fence
the
line.
fence line, but still
But,
75 off the right of way.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, actually, I think more than that off the road, but, so it's just that south side where the setbacks would be.
So at the closest, you'll be 60 foot.
Correct.
As opposed from 75.
Correct, yes,
So it's really just a small variance.
yes.
While you're up here, I forgot to ask you, the current, you're gonna replace a shed is what?
Yes, the current smaller shed that is on our property will be torn down, and then the new shed would go right over, essentially right over top of it.
Okay, do you know how far off the south property line that southeast corner of that shed is today?
The current one or the new one?
The current one?
I believe it's 72
Okay,
on the current southeast corner. The southwest corner was 75.
okay, because yeah, it sits a little bit at an angle, it looks like. Okay,
Because of topography, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Because of topography, that's why it has to be that way? You said you had large drop-offs in there? Okay.
Yes. On the northeast corner, it starts to drop pretty quickly. We're already looking at, about 3 feet of fill, and so if we continue to shift that over, I mean, it's just gonna be more and more fill, but.
Over the years, we've approved a lot of variances very similar to this.
I would move that we approve the variance.
I'll second that motion.
Book in order here. Okay, I'm gonna go through some of the findings that planning and zoning had. And I think we should also look at our variance. So here's some of the findings that planning and zoning had. Requesting a variance, what topography is the main reason. It will not be a detriment on properties. It's not for convenience, profit, or caprice. Applicant is requesting to build an accessory structure that would be 60 foot from the south line. Does not affect neighboring properties. No special privilege is being given, and non-conforming use of neighboring lands not considered. Mailings were out, public hearing was had. Motion to approve the variance passed 7-0, and it says the use is permissible.
I guess one thing is, it's gonna be 60 feet away from the fence. I don't believe that's gonna cause any problems to the neighbors. We've done them a lot closer than that, and I'm concerned about the precedents that set. There's a lot in residential areas, they're 35 feet away, and that hasn't caused any problems. I don't know, we've never done anything like that before for fence repair, and that concerns me, so I don't think that should be part of it.
You know, I have a little difficulty. I personally couldn't care less if they had a building 60 foot from the neighboring fence and the property line. I do have concern because our ordinance cares. And
No, I'm
if
talking about
we don't
the
have,
fence repair.
right,
part.
but if we don't have any concern with them shifting it 60 foot, we're in the middle of making changes to this section of the ordinance. Why aren't we changing that? And that's a different topic, but my point is, I guess,
And we've done.
I think that's why they allow us to do variances.
Good point.
Well, probably because it takes us
I'm sorry?
3
20,
years.
20 years.
well, that's some of it.
Yeah.
I wanna make it clear that, the Copes, the applicants volunteered a fixed fence. Nobody asked them. They just said they would do it if it was, and I'm not suggesting that there's any covenant attached to it or not.
Okay. Well, as long as that's not a part of the condition of this, because then every variance we have from here on out is gonna be that way, and if somebody plants a tree 60 feet and it's just gonna be a mess, and it sounds like they're good neighbors and they're gonna do what's right, but I
That's
just
exactly-
think
yeah,
it shouldn't be in
exactly
here
right.
as a condition of the variance.
I guess, like I said, I personally don't have an issue with it, but I would like someone to convince me that section 1907 is being met, would be my only.
I say we vote.
Well, I think we have to look at precedents too, Joe, and we've approved well over 100 variances in ag in the last 4 or 5 years. And if we don't agree with it, then we should be changing the rules and not, you know. I just think it's important to treat everybody fairly, because we've had a lot of variances in ag areas similar to this, and they passed.
Well, any more discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Don,
Yes for approval.
Joe,
No.
Wanda,
Yes.
Dan,
Yes. Your motion didn't pass.
Motion fails, 3-1.
What are these guys supposed to do?
What do you mean it failed?
Well, it's gotta have a four
Oh, I
person
got it.
vote. and
Okay.
What are these guys supposed to do? Wait till we change the zoning ordinance or what?
I don't know, again, I don't have concern with them. My concern, Dan, is we can't pass variances for 20 years because that is not fair to people. You said yourself, we need to treat everyone equally, and the only way to treat them equally is to follow the ordinance. And I don't agree with it, but that's what's here, and that's what we took an oath that we were going to follow, and I'm doing what I can to do so.
Yeah, Joe, but it also gave us the right to have variances.
Right, but now, I asked if anyone can tell me how this meets section 1907, and not one person spoke up, because I think everybody knows it does not.
What should they do now? Should they ask for a rezone so they can have better lot lines, or what? You know, we owe it to the public. We've been working on the zoning ordinance for 3 years and we can't get anything through, and now we have citizens suffering for it. What are they supposed to do?
I don't know, but again, this is what the
All right,
ordinance states.
I make a motion for a 10-minute break.
Why don't we come out of Board of
Second.
Adjustment first?
Move to go out of Board of Adjustment.
Second, I need a break.
All those in favor to come out of Board of Adjustment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, we're out of a Board of Adjustment.
Make a motion for 5-minute break.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're now at 5-minute recess.
Move to reconvene.
Second.
I have a motion by Fox, second by Kettering to reconvene in regular session. Further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now back in session, and we are at agenda item 12, and an hour behind.
Of course we are.
Mr. Paul.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here for you. I think you've got copies in your book pamphlets.
Yes.
We were awarded, part of our job when we get supplemental payment from the state for our wages and stuff like that, it's called the Local Emergency Management Performance Grant, or the LMPG. Last year, they had monies left over, so we were allowed to apply for different projects that might work in our office or our Emergency Operations Center, different things like that. So I put in for a couple proposals, and we were awarded 2 different grants. One is for $2,719.98, which half of it would be brought, or our responsibility. And then the other one was for $9,665.98, and $4,832 is our responsibility. I have, of the smaller grant, I'll talk about the $2,700 one real quickly to get you back on schedule, is a communication system for in the event if we lose phone systems. What this allows us to do is to use the internet, to use telephone interfacing. It's 2 systems, so we could bring one over here if we needed to, so that the operation of government could keep going, and then we would have one for our Emergency Operations Center. They come in a little Pelican case. We use the phones that we have over there now. We're just looking at the internet connection to be able to do this. It kind of looks like this you didn't get. I just got this to show it to you if you want to pass that down, Dan. But it's just 2 phones go in it. You get internet with it so that we could plug into a facility and up and running with internet and also phone capabilities is what this would do. And that was for the $2,700. The other one is more of our Emergency Operations Center, some more equipment for that facility, the higher dollar one. The LEPC, most of our local emergency planning committee, this year got a grant. Okay.
Sure.
The local emergency planning committee got a grant this year, which is gonna pay for the half of the smaller grant. And then through the budget that I have, we'll pay for the other portion of it. through the office supplies and emergency operations funding. So we actually have our share, if you will, covered through our operations or our budget through this department.
Now, the phone system, that's just if our phone goes down, if the internet's down, is that gonna work?
Yes.
Okay, that'll work. And then is it similar to, I see there's like a monthly subscription
We
fees?
already have, that isn't
Okay,
in there.
okay,
We already are paying for that monthly subscription because our phones at the office are IP phones, so they're
Okay.
used off the internet. We just
Okay.
plug our phones into this system.
okay, so the power's out, those things are still gonna work?
Yep.
Okay. Got it.
So if all the phones go down, who are you gonna call?
We'll call the other phone, because there's two of them.
Yeah, we have two of them. The idea behind it is to keep most of our, cell phone coverage, if the tower goes down. A lot of times the infrastructure goes down where we have landlines and stuff like that. We've had that happen several times at the office. This means to give us a way to get an emergency operations center up and running without having to run phone lines. A prime example is the vaccination center. If today we had this system, we wouldn't have a Midco phone bill. We wouldn't have cell phone bills. We would be able to use this box to perform that duty at no cost to the county because we'd have it in place. So that was another option for something like this.
So
Would give us
you're,
that function.
you're asking for authority to spend $4,832.99?
Correct. And the 1,300 of the two. There's
On
two.
the other one.
And the other one. We're just asking for your permission.
So you've been awarded the grants, now we just have to accept them.
That is correct.
Any other questions for Paul?
I move that we approve the amount to be matched by the subrecipient of $4,832.99.
Second.
So this is for the second grant that's in our packet. Let me get to it.
Correct.
Okay, so this is for the EOC equipment.
I thought you would want to do them separately.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Just making sure everybody knows which one we're doing.
Okay.
So I have a motion by Fox, second by Clemish, was that correct? To approve and accept the grant. Total amount for the grant is $9,665.98 with a 50% county portion of $4,832.99. Further discussion? And this is the one you've already budgeted for.
Correct.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. So the next one is the mobile phone network.
I'd move acceptance of the grant in the amount of $2,719.98 with 50% reimbursement from the county of $1,359.99.
Second.
I have a motion by Healy, second by Clemish, to approve the grant for the mobile phone network in the amount stated. Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-0. Thanks, Paul.
Paul, is there room left in the shed or
Oh, yeah.
with all this stuff?
Yeah,
Okay.
No, we got,
All right, thanks.
No. Article 5.
So we are, since we've already taken our break, we should be refreshed and ready to go into item number 14, which is Article 5, review the Planning Commission feedback. And I hope I brought the right pile of paper. So if everyone would open your file number 14. So I think we'll just walk through the Planning Commission document, and what I'm going to do is compare that to what the County Commission decided in February. So the document, the Planning Commission begins, I think it was around page 26 of the file. Page 26 of the 72-page file. It should have green print, and it says at the top, Planning Commission proposed changes in green dated April 13th. So that was their last meeting. And hopefully all of us had a chance to review both the March and the April discussions that occurred at the Planning Commission. So we'll just start walking through this. There will be times when we need to step back and focus on the pillar items that we decided at our February meeting, because the intent of that February meeting was to decide the toughies and then send it to the Planning Commission to review the document as a whole. So let's begin right away at the beginning, agriculture.
Is there a reason that the definition was struck?
The reason the definition was struck was because it was actually placed in the permitted uses section.
Okay.
That was something I think I did, Wanda, and the reason I did it is that definition's used only one time in the entire ordinance, and it was in permitted section.
Okay.
And the main reason I did that, I guess, it was brought up early on. If we leave that in there, it's contradictory to the rest of the ordinance. Because in the definition of agriculture, raising and feeding of livestock and or poultry shall be considered an agricultural use, which common sense would say, yes, that's agriculture. But then if you go into our permitted uses, now raising of livestock is permitted use, and then we later on say it's a CUP.
Okay.
That was the reason, and I haven't heard any other reasoning for keeping it in there, I guess. I know it keeps getting put back in there, but I haven't heard why. Or that has not been addressed to my knowledge, I guess, the contradictory statement.
Okay.
So are we good with moving that definition essentially under permitted uses? And what had been proposed was any form of agriculture, including the raising of crops, horticulture, animal husbandry, and poultry husbandry, yet excluding animal feeding operations and commercial grain elevators because they are handled differently.
Okay. And I'm fine with leaving it if someone,
Can give you a good reason.
if we can fix it being contradictory there.
I support moving it into the permitted uses area.
Sherry, when the Planning and Zoning Committee got together and went through this and spent a good amount of time going through it, we suggested that maybe to resolve a couple of the issues, we could have a joint meeting. And I think this was scheduled to be the joint meeting. So how are we going to resolve the Planning and Zoning Committee in our discussion tonight?
Okay, so we have to be careful. I don't want the conversation here to be mired down, so we are here till 4 o'clock. So if we do this, we need to ask for terse explanations, because the point of us watching the Planning Commission meetings was to gather that feedback.
I just wanted to know that answer, and I'm satisfied with that
Yeah.
answer.
So Don, if Planning Commission, raise your hand, who's here? Would anyone like to defend not striking it and moving it to permitted uses. Is that essentially, is that a hill to die on for you? I'll be frank.
So we're gonna eliminate it as a definition?
We're moving the definition into permitted uses.
So then when I go to permitted uses and it said agriculture,
It says any form of agriculture, including crops, et cetera, excluding animal feeding operations,
so
because those are defined separately.
which one are you on, Sherry?
I'm on the one that I had sent to toward the planning commission.
Well,
What
and
page?
I'm
So
not, I'm
that-
not following you because you have a different document than what's
No, it
in-
was supposed to be put in the packet. Did it get put in the
I think it's the
packet?
very first page of the packet. And it was the one that was,
This is, what I have is agriculture is completely struck.
Yep, because
I think what they're saying, Dan, is they moved it down. I think what Dan is saying is where did they move it down to? So if you could tell him what page,
yeah,
I think we'd all be on the same
Yeah,
page.
yeah, with this many
Yep.
people, we need to have the same paperwork.
so I think it's struck.
I think
and
it's a
then
distinction without a difference.
Yes.
It's struck, and then, so 503, and it reads, rather than agriculture, it reads any form of agriculture, including the raising of crops, horticulture, animal husbandry, and poultry husbandry, yet excluding animal feeding operations and commercial grain out.
So it's on page 58 of the document that's in the packet.
I guess my only concern is why wouldn't we have that as as the definition? You could still have it under that, because everything else, cemeteries, daycares, they're all defined in the definitions.
The reason is because long, when this first started at planning and zoning, it was proposed to strike, or to add, I believe, with exception to CAFOs, and then there was a lot of pushback for that. And I felt it was unnecessary to,
So which one do we want, the green version or the red version? Because I'm looking now at page 58 where it says that it's in there, which is what Sherry was referring to. So it's in there.
right.
We just need to talk about the same versions.
And it's also
Yes.
on page 34 as struck out. So what the planning commission decided, they didn't want the definition in 503, they wanted to keep it under definitions, whereas the county commission had proposed to put it under 503 and strike it in definitions. So it's one or the other. You bet, come on up.
Take your mask off. Thank you.
So I guess I pulled up the packet that was on the county website, and I'm on page, let's see, I am on page 161, and then I'll also be referring to 162, but it's basically the green version. And the reason for moving it was, like Dan commented, it seems more consistent to have the definition of agriculture in the definitions pages. And then as far as your concern about it saying raising livestock and or poultry and all of that, we left that in there basically to leave that as permitted use, because if you would go down to the class table, the classes that we proposed were Class A, 1,000, 10,000, Class B, 300 to 1,000. So basically that definition of agriculture, by my interpretation of it, would apply to anything less than Class B, where Class B, that would be an animal feeding operation, Class A is an animal feeding operation. Neither one of them go down to 0 or 1 animal unit. So anything 1 animal unit to 300 animal units would be a permitted use.
Hill to die on for you?
No, I understand it looks goofy because none of the other ones are. I guess if we're fixing things, why purposely put something that's contradictory in there? Because I assume that and you assume that, but someone else might say, no, it says right here this is a permitted use,
Yep.
and I don't want to go to court over that.
So all agriculture is a permitted use?
That's a court, how,
But
That
that's
is-
exactly
that is
why we
what-
need a definition of what it is.
or we
Well,
just
and-
don't define it.
And that's why Joe is saying, put the real definition that we want in the permitted uses, so it's very clear, animal feeding operations are not permitted.
But what you guys aren't realizing though is when you change something like that, you're also affecting other parts of this document. So.
How, that's definition is not
Okay,
used in
so-
the entire ordinance.
So I go to R2, rural transitional, Article 12, Section 1203, permitted uses, agriculture.
Okay,
Well, now
then
we don't
fix
have a
it.
definition of agricultural, so
Okay.
what is it? So you guys gotta be real careful. You can't just look at Article 5 and change a few things because it affects the rest of the document.
So I would suggest we accept the planning commission's change on this and unstrike agriculture and strike it out of 503. And we will fix it at another time.
Well, and I think that's why you have multiple definitions in the zoning ordinance. When you go down a little bit, you have animal feeding operation defined, and then the class size based on the animal units. So that should clear up any confusion as to,
Okay.
yes, if you're, it's agriculture, but it's also an animal feeding operation once you hit that animal units, which is taken care of in other parts of the ordinance.
Is it
So I think it-
general consensus that,
I'm okay, yeah.
general
I'm okay with
consensus
it.
we keep?
Yes.
Okay, so I've made a red mark there, and I'm sure Gary's taken studious notes. All righty, so thank you. The next change they proposed was to essentially strike the agribusiness definition, and I'm going to go ahead and delve into this, the 5-acre lot size that we discussed at the February meeting. So later in the document, the Planning Commission has cautioned against allowing separate 5-acre parcels to be ag business associated with the risk that that business fails and then someone moves in as a home. So that's the concern, and it's a real concern.
What page are you on?
So I'm on 26 is where the definition of agribusiness and another possible definition of agribusiness has been stricken. And then later where we talk about lot size, which I've got to get to this section that it is in. Minimum lot requirements, which is 513.
And we're going off the planning commission? green
Yes, the
document?
green document.
The green one.
So they have stricken the minimum lot area shall be 5 acres for any agribusiness. And again, they cautioned that what happens if someone builds an agribusiness and said, well, I'm going to start living there too. We have cohabitation of uses. And then the business fails and they say, oh, well, we're just going to keep living here and we've got 5 acres and we're happy. So that's kind of the concern, if I think I stated that correctly. So one, we either accept this change or we need to figure out somehow how to not have that happen. Which would certainly require addition of language.
Well, I think it'd be fairly simple, any lot under 20 acres approved, or any plat under 20 acres after the adoption of this ordinance shall not be suitable for a home, or something to that language.
What was that now?
Any plat under 20 acres originating after the adoption of this ordinance shall not, a home shall not be permitted on, or some verbiage like that.
But the only way to get a
Unless it's
plat-
rezoned.
Well,
I'm sorry?
Right, so it's anything after the adoption of this, that's a new plat for under 20 acres, you can't build a home on.
Even if it goes through a variance?
What do you mean?
Well, what if they go through a variance?
He's saying it can't go through a variance.
Well, anything can, but it shouldn't be approved, no.
Well, but there's something, I think we might have a map in here somewhere. There's something like 837 agricultural lots that don't meet the 20-acre requirement in
Right.
Yankton County.
And they already exist.
Okay.
So anything new after the adoption of it, I'm saying how, Sherry asked if we were to keep it, how could we do it? And I'm saying that's how you could. Anything after the adoption of this, not the 800 existing ones, any new one platted
Those are fine. Okay. Didn't we?
is not
agree-
suitable for
So.
dwelling. Right,
It can only be for an agribusiness.
correct.
So at this point, the county commission needs to decide, do we want to accept the language change and not allow the 5 acres? Or do we want to keep with what was intended? I think we need to start there. Because if we choose to keep what's intended, then we need to figure out the language. So let's talk about the first point.
You know, as far as the agribusiness, I'm probably not gonna die on this hill either. I'm gonna state that I do think it's extremely important, and it might only impact 5 people in the next 10 years. But we've approved several agribusinesses on 5-acre lots,
2-acre lots.
and we've done so without really meeting our ordinance. And we shouldn't do that. So here's our chance to fix that and to say, we want agribusiness to come to Yankton County and we want to allow them. I want to put up a seed shed. Okay, why should I take 20 acres out of production because I want to sell seed?
Isn't that why we said 5?
Right, but then planning and zoning doesn't want, they want to leave all at 20. So that's the debate. Do we do that or not?
I thought back in February we had decided 5.
We did.
We did. So,
I like 5 because we beat that horse to death
Yep.
okay, for agribusiness.
for agribusiness.
Okay, so then we need to figure out language in here that would prevent that lot from ever having a home on it. And I'm not sure.
What I was saying, does that make sense, Gary, or is that doable?
No,
Do you
I
feel?
think that is doable if we said.
Deb,
that
do you think that?
It was an egg plat, yeah, for an agribusiness, that'd be the only way, but otherwise there'd be no point in even platting it. if we
Right.
were gonna-
Or we could just continue to do the variance process where somebody comes in and. like
Why
we've
would
done
we
for
even have
20
an
years.
ordinance if we
Our
just
ordinance
variance
specifically
whatever we want?
says if you have something that's recurring, you need to change your ordinance. You cannot give variances for the
So,
same thing over and
No,
over.
I understand that, and don't get upset, Sherry, but a great example is tonight where the lot lines, we've done hundreds of those since 2014, and now all of a sudden, we're not doing them. And instead of saying the reality is that people are building on less than 20 acres, we're just not gonna allow it anymore. The reality is that's still gonna happen. And we can say it's not going to, but I think we even have, don't we have some more coming through the planning commission soon for minimum lot requirements and setbacks, and so.
But no, even at the planning commission, they voted to keep the 20 acres, okay? So they're making a statement, we need to keep 20 acres. This county commission said we need to keep 20 acres.
But-
And we're saying that we need to do that, but then we turn around and say we need to get variances for
But-
it.
Well, let's ask the planning commission then, are we and I'm fine keeping it with 20 acres, maybe we need to change the variance procedure, but saying we're keeping it at 20 acres and not allowing any variances, that's a big difference. That's
That's
a
what we're
huge,
saying.
that's a huge
That's
difference,
what
and
we
I don't
did
know
say.
do you guys realize that at the planning commission, is if we go 20 acres, then there's no more variances anymore, because that's what you guys are saying, right?
If those variance applications meet the South Dakota Supreme Court's guidelines for how variances need to be approved, I will approve every one of them. But they don't, because they're common.
If we want to just variance everything in the ordinance, I would propose we throw the ordinance out and the 5 people sitting here just rule on the whim, and when someone comes in front, they say, hey, I want to do this, and we say, I think we should let them. And we just, we just do that method.
And that's what got a couple counties in trouble, and the Supreme Court called them on it.
So I would be in favor of leaving 5 acres for agribusiness with putting a deed restriction on it, or however, Deb, you were nodding that it's doable. Something.
Okay, so we need to fix
Sorry.
the language there. So general consensus,
What if we were to say that 5 acres for an agribusiness, but if that owner wants to build a house there? Because wouldn't you want to live next to your business? You don't want to do that? If it's an agribusiness and that person is the owner?
well, but then you run into the issue when the business closes, we have a home and then they sell it. And it's a grandfathered
Slippery
in new
slope.
residence.
Slippery slope.
So then you'd have to put on the deed, yeah, well, you can live there until your business closes, but when you sell it, no one can live in your home.
If you lose your business, you're on the street.
Because, so
You have to sell your business.
you have to think deviously about these things, about how people get around that.
Oh, somebody's got a hand raised.
So, yep, couple minutes. Because this one, we need to decide and move on because it's already 8:20.
Okay, on the agribusiness part, I guess our concerns as commission, planning commission were pretty much what you said, Sherry. And we felt that the number of agribusinesses coming forward for a variance or anything was fairly low, and that it didn't need a special carve out in the ordinance for that agribusiness. And if it really came down to it, as an agribusiness, even if you only need 2 acres to build on, I guess you can still purchase 20 acres and rent out the other 18 acres for the current use that it already is, or whatever you want to do with it. But that we don't really have the necessity to issue variances for less than 20 acres for an agribusiness, and that it would cause a lot less problems and a lot less headache if it just stayed the way it is and with no special 5 acre carve out for the agribusiness.
Thank you. So with that being said, what's the general consensus?
Dennis, did you have something else, or are you, okay?
Okay.
If you're talking about not having issues, he's right.
Yep.
And I can appreciate that, but he's not trying
Is your
to
mic
start
on?
a seed business, or he's not trying to start a consulting business,
Right,
or, you
right.
know.
have a seed business, actually.
Well, actually, oh, I did know that, and I forgot.
But I
But-
mean, I'm just, if you're looking at like how to eliminate possible controversy, they
Just
are-
stay at 20.
They are right, because you're carving out a specific exception. But if the commission says, but we want that exception because we don't want to have them come in and request a variance, that's legitimate as well.
Well, because I will guarantee you, if we leave it at 20, there's gonna be somebody within 5 years that's gonna be here for variance for an agribusiness. And we're either going to not abide by our ordinance, AKA break the law, or someone's gonna vote against it and they're gonna be the a-hole because they're the ones following the ordinance.
Or maybe somebody will buy 20 acres because they intend to build a house down the road.
Or maybe, but
But, you know, we cannot legislate away every possible thing
Right.
or every possible lawsuit. We will be frozen in time, much like the last 3 years.
Yep.
So what are we doing?
There's a hand raiser.
You guys know where I sit,
Yep.
so it's up
You have to come to
guys.
the microphone if you're going to speak, so the folks at home watching this can hear you.
And take your mask off. Thank you.
Just as a point of reference, Clay County, Union County, and Bon Homme County have 2 acres for the minimum lot size in ag. I'm just letting you know that 20 acres is a lot. And if you're trying to preserve farm ground, I mean, if you're really trying to preserve the production ground, making somebody buy 20 acres when they only need 2 or 5 acres to run a business seems counterproductive to me.
Don, when we were on the planning commission, how many times did we have farmers who were retiring? They wanted to keep their land for retirement, but they sold their house and moved to town, and we varianced it. And now we're gonna have to change that. A lot of this was to benefit the farmers. And by us changing this and not allowing variances, that doesn't allow much flexibility in the ordinance. And it's ultimately gonna be the person who, you know, can't sell their land now, who's gonna suffer, and it's gonna be a problem. And we've done, literally since 2014, we've done over 100 of these. I just don't think it's gonna work. Maybe we need to do something different with the variance process, but we have to allow a way for an unforeseen consequence to happen. And it's gonna have to go through 5 elected people and the planning commission.
Well,
to make it happen.
the problem is that the South Dakota Supreme Court has made a ruling about what they think variances are for, which is disappointing and helpful at the same time.
Draws a line. So to address, Dan, to address your comment there, in the current ordinance, section 513, minimum lot requirements, paragraph 3, zoning administrator may allow a smaller minimum lot requirement where a permit for single-family home is requested on existing farmstead site as defined. So it doesn't even have to be a platted lot. Any place that there's an existing farmstead can be platted smaller today.
Yeah,
So if
But doesn't section 516(1) say that a second dwelling can only be built if a family member lives there? So me in my advancing years wants to farm, but wants to have a hired man. He either has to move into my house because I can't have a second home there.
yes, you can. What, how come you can't?
No, because it says then section 516 sub 1, that a second dwelling, it can only be for a family member.
Oh, I see, in the changes.
No, it's in our current ordinance as well. You can do both. Both of them are listed in our current ordinance.
Gary,
It's part of the family farm unit, correct? Is that what it says?
Well, it says not a family member though, and then it defines family member as brother, sister, grandparent.
Yep,
Looking at
and that's
in the planning
that's
and
a
zoning
change
one?
too.
Right,
And that was proposed to keep both of those because they're in our current ordinance.
right. So those, I would leave those alone myself.
In the current, yeah, you have.
I just want to be able to know what, and I assume everybody else wants to know what we can do.
So when you go to the definition of farmstead, so when you look at my property, I counted them. I have an old schoolhouse, I have an old county poorhouse, I have a site where there used to be a silo and a bunch of other stuff and an old well, and then I have a home that's not inhabitable right now. So I can build 4 homes on my property right now because they're existing farmstead sites. And an existing farmstead site is there if there's remnants of foundations, old tree strips,
I
or
get
whatever
that,
it
but
is.
what if I have a farmstead and I want a hired man and I want to put a second house there as a benefit to him?
Yep, and you can do that here, and
Okay.
Currently, you have to have a CUP for that.
Yeah.
And
but it's not a variance.
but we talked about striking that in the proposal.
Right.
What about doing similar, like we did with the accessory structures that were controversial in the lake? And we didn't want to do variances. Why don't we put some of this as a conditional use permit then? And it still has public hearings, and it still has to go through the board, and it still has to be voted on, and it's not a variance anymore, but at least the neighbors then know what's going on.
Well, it gives them an opportunity
Exactly.
Okay,
to
what
come
needs
in
to-
front of the board without being a variance.
What needs to change from what, are not from what's proposed change, our current ordinance regarding this, what needs to change? Because today, you can create a smaller lot if there's an existing
Okay,
farmstead.
but what if there's not? Because not everybody, Sherry, has the benefit of having 5 farmsteads and.
Well, then
and-
we're
and-
back
It
to
was
the-
an example
But,
of,
but I'm saying, do we, and that's one option, but there are other places that are more suitable along the highways, along oil roads. You know, there are some farmsteads that exist out in the middle of 160 acres. Now, that's not an ideal place for anybody to build.
But
And
so what-
there's also
Worked for
issues
me.
of water and electricity and everything else too.
So we're back to discussing the 20-acre thing.
and we had decided that, and the planning commission supported the 20 acres.
And then you brought
No,
up the existing farmstead, if someone wants to move to town, sell the house, but keep the land, and that's doable, that is
Okay.
possible. We can
But-
do it
but
today
the
if we
way-
make no
The way we always
changes.
did that was variances though.
Which-
That's the way we did it.
I know, but you shouldn't have, because it's part of the ordinance, you don't have to. We stopped doing those variances. We just, it's permitted in the office. It says it right here.
Have we done any of those, Gary, since you've been here? Administrative variance, I guess, for lack of a better word? Yeah.
All right, so we were talking about agribusiness, getting 5 acres, and then we got over on this 20-acre thing. So let's just end that whole discussion right here. We need to decide, 5 acres, stay or go.
Stay.
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 So I've got 3 stays, and I know
No,
Joe
I-
supports it, so we've got 4 stays on that. So we're gonna keep the definition of agribusiness, if we're gonna do that, and,
Correct.
Are we on the red version or the green version?
and then, I think the intent is we need to keep the definition of agribusiness, because after we're done tonight, the next county commission meeting, we're gonna review the final document and make sure everything we discussed tonight is in there how we want it. Then it's going to the planning commission.
Okay.
So with that said, there needs to be a note in there of how do we fix it so we limit that plat. So that language needs to be figured out, and we're not doing that tonight. That's, my opinion, that's above my legal
I would
ease.
agree.
And so we need some way to implement language in there.
I'd like to task Gary and work with Deb maybe on verbiage to do that.
But
And
you also have you have the definition.
Microphone.
You have the definition and the possible definition, so I think Gary's saying, and I am too, which agribusiness definition?
So let's go down to that.
It's on page 52.
Oh, I went by it.
Talking about going back to the red one, but I guess that was my assumption.
The
To
red
me,
is on
every-
page
we-
52.
To me, we should default back to the red one. That was the one we originally agreed on as 5 members.
Okay, so on page 52 of our packet is the agribusiness definition we want.
Yep.
Okay, so we're
And
good.
that deed restriction should be in the minimum, the minimum lot requirements, section
513,
513.
number 2.
513.2 should have some sort of deed restriction on that.
Okay, so now we're back, going through. So it was inputted, Gary went ahead and incorporated some of that state law, SB 157 from last year, the aggrieved person. And so that language is essentially from Nome's bill. And if, I don't have a problem with that language being in there, since it's state law.
I don't think it really needs to be in there. I mean, why does it need to be?
What page are you looking at, Sherry?
Okay, we're on page 26 of the green document. Gary, did you have an underlying reason to put that in there?
Basically, just because we were talking about anything from Nome's bill that was approved, we were gonna get into the ordinance as soon as we could.
Okay,
I have no issue with it being in there if it's used in the ordinance. it's
The
not
definition
referenced
of
in the
aggrieved
ordinance, I would
person?
say leave it out.
Deb, did you have an opinion on that?
I would have to ask Gary, but if, I believe there's a couple of sections where it talks about, when you're determining who can sue and who can't sue.
Yep.
And under what statute they can sue from, it refers to an aggrieved person.
Okay,
Okay.
so general consensus,
Leave it in.
leave it in. So now we get to animal feeding operation. And originally, we had discussed changing that definition to include, to say an animal feeding operation is a lot or facility where 100 or greater animal units, excluding aquaculture, are confined.
I thought in the red version.
Excluding agriculture?
Aquaculture,
Oh, sorry.
sorry.
Because it wasn't making any sense.
And the reasoning that that 100 is put in there is because anything below, anything from 1 to 99, we chose not to regulate. So if we call it an animal feeding operation and we don't have a low limit on that definition, if you look at the rest of this green document,
It's a problem.
animal feeding operations are listed as special uses, subject to manure and setbacks, is how this document is presented. So right now, this document essentially says, one animal unit, you better have a manure management plan and you have a 1/4 mile setback. That's why the 100 is important in that definition.
So is it 100 or 300?
We had decided at 100
But
is
the
a s-
green
you had a
says 300.
setback. But that's for the classes. That gets down to delineating between animal feeding operations.
Actually, in the planning document, we struck the 100 and just put an establishment.
So we're not to that point yet.
So that was a point of contention, is what you're saying?
So now you can leave it out and just rely on the classification down below where it says Class A and B. That is correct. But we're in a situation right now with our current ordinance that half the county thinks a Class F needs a CUP and half the county doesn't. So I'm all about clarity on this. And to clarify specifically, animal feeding operations start at 100.
Part of the reason in my mind too, why it's in there, why we picked a number, is this is a fairly generic definition, and the state uses it, and their definition is where an established number. I think they're leaving it up to someone to establish a number. Otherwise, what does that mean? What is an established number? We have to establish that number somehow or somewhere. To me, that's what we did.
So at this time, do we leave the 100 in or do we strike it and go with the generic established number in the upper definition, even though it's in the table below,
I think we need to have a number.
a number in there? And we had decided at the February meeting that 100 was where we wanted to start setbacks.
I'm fine with that. I think that's a good idea.
Any other opinions?
Well, I know that there were people that thought we should start much lower than that, but I'm good with 100.
I'm good with 100.
Don and Joe?
I'm good with 100. I
Okay.
go to.
So we will, on the animal feeding operation, put back in 100 or greater, so it should read, lot or facility where 100 or greater animal units excluding aquaculture are confined, et cetera, et cetera. So down below, when we get to that table, the planning commission discussed, and there, it was pretty split at where Class B should end up. What they have changed is Class B not starting at 100, but starting at 300 and ending at 1,000.
What about the debt discharges on that?
Oh, sorry, thank you, Gary.
What are you,
So let's get into the green, yep, let me take a step back. So if you're on the green copy, they had input the definitions that were later in the document. So it says discharges pollutants into waters of the state through man-made ditch, and then discharges directly into waters of the state which originate outside, et cetera. Those two were under the CAFO definition.
well, aren't they just randomly stuck in there?
I think the intent at planning and zoning was to get rid of CAFO, is that correct?
No, we changed the CAFO definition, we did not get rid of it. Basically, the CAFO definition, we changed basically the lower limit of the Class A counted as a CAFO, and then if it used a liquid manure system, it counted as a CAFO, otherwise it was wet yard.
Because these 1 and 2 on here are right out of the EPA and the state's definition.
I understand that.
For CAFO,
It
not
just,
for,
it just seems like they're oddly placed.
right, it
I'm
doesn't,
just random, I just thought I'd type those in.
they don't jive under animal feeding operation with the EPA and the state's definition.
Right, and I guess I agree, it probably should go under the CAFO definition.
Okay.
Okay, so Gary, are you clear on that one? Strike that one? Okay, so now we're down to
Animal units?
the animal units. So at the planning commission, again, they had proposed that Class B start at 300 instead of the 100 and go clear up to 1,000. And then, of course, Class A is from 1,000 to 10,000. And I stated that it was a split decision.
When you say split, let me be clear, it was a majority agreed on the,
5-4?
it was.
I don't think there was a vote on that one because I wrote the votes down on the setbacks.
It wasn't a formal vote, but it was majority opinion, that's why it's wrote as the 300.
Okay, so we'll take a majority opinion, small majority, as suggesting that change. So we spent quite a bit of time in February discussing that vision of animal feeding operations in the county. And essentially what we had concluded is between 100 and 200, you had a setback. At 200 to 500, you had a setback in manure management. And anything over 500 needed the additional CUP along with the other two. That's what we talked about in February. And those were going to apply to the definition of the CAFO as well in there. So if, and that's why I said this goes along, when you talk about this section, it really goes along with the definition of the concentrated animal feeding operation. Because at 500 units, you require a CUP, but if it utilizes liquid manure, it starts lower. So it would start at 100 for that. So essentially, we addressed the issue in the county, it's hog barns, and a nursery is 240, and a finisher is 960. So what that does is every nursery barn needs a CUP, is how we decided it in February. And they would have a quarter-mile setback.
I would agree with that. It's just the way it's laid out in here is to me, it's confusing.
In the green, it is.
Well, really in green, yeah, and in the red, and I think that was the whole reason behind more of the classes.
I think
So I get what you guys are saying, and it makes sense. I'm just wondering, these rules should be clear enough when somebody reads them, they more or less understand.
to me,
Well,
what
that kind of is the plan.
well, I think, yeah, that was because in our original ordinance, it lists, okay, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 applies to this one, 4, 7, 8, 8A applies to this one, and I think we just tried to cut out all the fat and say, okay, what's important, and it should apply to all of them. Is, I guess, my take on it.
So if I have chickens, I have 99 chickens.
Okay.
Do I need a permit because they're going to all poop somewhere and I have to contain that?
We're talking about animal units. So it's like a chicken is 1/10 of an animal unit.
Oh, so I'd have to have a lot of chickens.
1,000.
So that way the 4-H kids can have their.
0.033.
I'd suggest that Gary's sitting here listening to the things about organization and so forth, and he's our hired expert. If he sees ways to improve the organization and flow,
That we let him do it.
we let him do it.
Wanda, you can have 3,000 and just live life happily. Except for, watch out for the
No
chicken
roosters, because they crow in the morning.
Yeah.
We would all get free eggs.
But
at
no
the meeting.
variance for a shed.
That's right.
So we get back to what's the floor? And what we discussed in February, do we want to stick to those guns? And what we decided, and if we need to figure out how to clarify the language in here better, we do. But first is first. Planning Commission's coming back with a general recommendation of 300 to 1,000 animal units for Class B.
Don, what do you
We had
say?
discussed 100 to 499.
If we look what caused lots of controversy, nursery barns, 240 animal units. It was agreed upon, with the planning commission last year, that even those should
Use your
have some rules.
microphone.
What, I'm close, sorry. I'll sound off a little more. But I think there needs to be some regulation on those 240 animal units.
Yeah, they would be because they're, so they would
Yeah.
they need a CUP.
Okay.
Even if the class stays at 300 to 1,000, a 240 animal unit nursery barn would still need a CUP because it
Yeah.
utilizes liquid.
No, because when you read the definition of a CAFO, an animal feeding operation. So if in your animal feeding operation, you put a floor of 300, that nursery barn's not an AFO. It's not a CAFO.
You gotta be an AFO to be a CAFO.
Again, you have to really pay attention to all of the intertwining definitions.
I'm fine how it is. I mean, if people want some movement, I would go to, let's say, 200, and then change that in that definition to 200.
Because everything intertwines.
And it takes 10 nursery pigs less than 55 to equal an animal unit?
Yeah, because 240 animal units is a 2,400 head nursery, right? Yeah. So if the county commission would like to change that floor from 100 to 200, then at 200, we have setbacks in manure management.
But wouldn't you have, because they're piglets, wouldn't we have to have manure management anyway?
Well, again, you have to have that floor of 200 in order for CAFO to apply. You have to have that in your AFO in order for CAFO to apply.
Step up to the microphone.
Well, at the beginning of the meeting, I said no public comment. This is the two commissions.
Wasn't that what we've been doing, is taking comments?
They're all planning
They're all
commissioners.
planning commission.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
sorry.
would be the difference.
Yep, I should have I should outline that. So again, we sit here and we need to decide this number.
I think we're just rehashing what we.
We are, again,
rehashed
and that's
out
why
over
I
and
get
over and
back,
over.
are we keeping 100 or are we changing it?
I would still support up to 300, and if you want to somehow make it, change the definition of agricultural so that you're including liquid manure systems without it, like your technicality of it being animal feeding operation. Because basically our intent with it was so that you're not regulating every cow calf operation and everything that's out there, all these small. I mean, basically, if you're under 300 animal units, you are either just beginning farming, where you don't have a lot of resources and stuff, and you're not gonna, if you're under 300 animal units, unless it's like a nursery barn, you're probably something like a cow calf operation or a small goat operation or something like that, and you're really not causing a problem out there, need to be regulated. The ones that everybody likes to point out as being problematic with all these smaller acreages or whatever that are having problems with piling up their manure into a creek or things like that, those are all well under 100 animal units. When you drive around, I can point out about 5 of them around the county that I know of, and they wouldn't get caught by this ordinance anyway. So we're basically gonna just throw in a bunch of guys that are actually doing it correctly, and this would be consistent to how it's been applied over the last 20 years. It's been applied as if you were class F, you didn't have to do any of these CUP or anything, so that's why we decided that 300 would be the start.
Don?
And I can see that, but it's, I don't know how to.
Our intent was just to catch the nursery barns basically is the problem. It was catch that with the liquid manure portion added to the CAFO. And I see your technicality of
That's why,
CAFO to qualify as a CAFO.
yeah. And I agree with you, Chris. That's why I said 200, because then it catches it. But I mean, I know, I get your point. I agree with you on that. But it's, how do we get,
At 200 though, you're gonna, I mean, you're not leaving much room for anybody.
I know.
At the bottom. 300 really not leaving a lot of room, but it's a lot better than 200.
So at 200, your opinion, need a quarter-mile setback?
No. If you're a nursery barn and have liquid manure system, then yes, but otherwise, I would say no. 300, I would say no. That quarter-mile setback's excessive. It's actually extremely excessive. My own operation is right around 300 animal units at times, and if I had to comply with a quarter-mile setback, that would be extremely difficult, and somebody new getting into farming, knowing it myself, I know it's not feasible to have a quarter-mile setback. Where are you supposed to go? And the thing is you also gotta keep in mind in the back of your head, this whole rewrite of Article 5 is an agricultural district. It's not residentially zoned district. And whenever there's a concern over it, you should default to siding with the agricultural use, because that is the district you're in.
But there are long-term landowners out there who don't want 300 animals right across the fence from the home they have.
I'd like to touch on.
So it's not, and I know we've got to get away from just the city folks moving out and ruining agriculture, because there are folks out there right now today that have concerns as well.
May I have the floor, Sherry, for a moment? You know, and I get what you're saying. Yes, it is zoned ag, but it hasn't been zoned ag that long. I mean, everybody in here is old enough to know when zoning went into effect, and all of a sudden it was this use or that use. You know, when my great-great-grandfather homesteaded it, I'm sure he wasn't thinking that, oh, well, if a CAFO moves in next to me, I shouldn't have, my rights. I mean, there are a lot of people who live in the agricultural areas, and we need to protect everyone's rights and treat them equally.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yep.
Good point, good point. These are all, they are all sides of the coin. We've heard that coin flipped 50 times. Can we get back to 100, 200, 300? Keep the conversation strictly to that and move on, please.
I'd vote for 200.
200. So Class B from 200 to 500, Class A 500 to 10,000.
I can give on this one, and I can live with two.
Doesn't it have to be $4.99?
And technically, it,
If we ever find
I
anybody
don't think the
that'll go out
classes
and
ever
count
come
and
into
get
play
that
later.
accurate, it'll be a miracle.
we never use the word class later.
Well,
I
yeah, but
nominate
somebody's
you,
gonna go,
Don.
I've
Never
got
use the word
500,
Class
I'm an
or Class
A.
B,
Yeah.
ever.
I'm 500, I'm a B.
Doesn't matter if it's Class A or Class B.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I know you're right.
I was thinking that too. We don't need any.
You know, when you guys were reviewing this document, the word Class A and Class B are never used anywhere else in the document other than right there,
Because the setback is the
because it's
same.
all based
It's all
on
based on the.
Animal unit.
the
animal
setback.
units and per foot with a minimum floor setback.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter whether it's Class B goes from 100 to 10,000.
The section that refers to it is in section 506, number 5. And basically it'd be an animal feeding operation, I guess you should add class.
But it doesn't say Class
Well,
B or A is my point.
okay, well, I mean, it should add class B into that section, that was the intent, is under permitted special use, that animal feeding operation in class B is special permitted use, class A is not. Right, class B is not.
Well, and that's why it was written in there to limit it there. So it was very clear, you didn't have to go back and see what a Class B was. So again, I get back to, if we go ahead and list the very specific,
Class.
not the class, but the range in permitted special uses, it's very clear what it applies to and what it doesn't. So I guess my point in that is arguing over the 499, 500 deal may be a moot point. So do we have general consensus at least to change the 100 to 200?
Yes.
Yes.
So essentially, anything under 200, there's no control. That's what we're saying. I will get my red pen. So at 200 animal units, we start with setbacks. And we had intended manure management. No CUP until you would hit 500 for dry lot, or if you're thermostatically controlled, which would be a confinement barn. Are we still good with that intent? That at 200 animal units,
Yep.
we start with a setback, and it was a quarter-mile minimum, and manure management.
Since we upped that, I really think we need to have the conversation about, having it as a conditional use permit. And the reason I say that, if we look on what is a CUP right now, aquaculture, bars, bed and breakfasts, churches, parks, fireworks. A conditional use is a use that's not appropriate for the area without restrictions, and if controlled to the extent, would promote safety, health, and welfare of the community. I guess when we're saying, a 500 head, a new 500 head operation is fine, but if you're gonna build a park or a bed and breakfast, you definitely need to inform the community, because that's serious stuff. It just doesn't jive I know when we discussed parks a year ago with the planning commission, you know, I think Dennis said this, and he made a lot of sense. He said, I'm not against parks, but I think the citizens of the neighborhood have a right to know what's going on in the neighborhood. And that actually made a lot of sense to me.
We had the same conversation and you made the same points at the last time, and I don't totally disregard those.
So
What
so
the
a park
discussion
is a
came-
bigger threat
what the-
than a
what the-
500 head feedlot?
No, because a
Because one
500
requires a
head
CUP
lot
and one
fits-
doesn't.
fits the landscape.
But.
That's what we determined.
Which, so you're
at
telling me a
500.
500 head feedlot is gonna have a less of an effect in the neighborhood than a park or a bed and breakfast?
But you
Because
also have to
That's what
go
you're saying in
back.
your zoning ordinance.
You need to
No.
go back to the general intent of the zone.
This goes
And
back
the
to
general intent of the zone has been stated, and it was stated at the planning commission level, is agriculture. And so we decided in February, at what point does agriculture in an ag district require notification of the neighbor? And we made that
like
clear.
why-
making the
why
announcement,
don't
there's a
the
sinner at
neighbors-
church, you know there's gonna be livestock in. Hey,
Okay, but then we need to relook at this and so are you saying a park should have that's appropriate for that bed and breakfast? Or do you think those should, we might as well fix it while
we
we're
have
here.
looked at that.
But a park, if a park goes in the neighborhood, we gotta know, but if something else.
Let's not spend our time going over, as
We already
the
did.
last 5 years, I went,
Doesn't
So on-
make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Aquaculture is a conditional use permit. If you have any amount of fish, that's a condition, but
Well, we were requiring it for a hog barn, which is essentially the same thing. So, general consensus, we're changing the 100 to 200. And we're gonna move on. Okay.
Are we just getting rid of that?
You know, I think what needs to happen, it's possible we can actually just get rid of classes and just say, animal units started at 200. But I think we need to clarify all the other language, and then at the end, again, that's why the intent is, at our next meeting, we have this document you can read fluidly and compare and contrast. So let's go to the next green section, which the planning commission proposed to completely strike out the table that lists all of the different animal units, conversion table, and essentially just leave the animal unit where it's swine in a production unit is 0.47 AU, nursery swine is 0.1. So redundancy, was that the reason? Anybody can do math, I think that was stated. So is everybody okay with actually just taking that whole table out?
What page are you on?
This is on green 28. I feel,
Winter, okay, I found it.
yep. So are we good
That's-
with?
That's fine,
With striking that?
yes.
Okay. So the next is
One-
where,
oh, just
oh,
quick thing.
yep, did I miss something?
In the chart above that, they
Oh,
But that's
That's
blue,
blue, so that
that
was-
doesn't
Oh,
count.
sorry,
That's okay.
Sorry.
yep, so they.
Try not to get distracted.
As we're striking the animal unit conversion table definition.
Oh, yep. If the table's not there, there's no sense having the definition. Okay, sounds good, Gary. So then if I page forward, building permit, this is a new addition. And planning commission added the expansion of in there, and I support that. That was a good catch. So a building permit, a type of authorization that must be granted by a government regulatory body before the construction of a new or expansion of existing building can legally occur. Everybody good with that? I can't believe we didn't have a definition before. Okay.
I think Sherry, the original comment on that was way back when the thing was, is if you increase the footprint was what the
Okay,
original ideal was, if you don't need it, you didn't need a building permit unless you increase the original footprint. Which
Okay.
expansion is what it kicked, otherwise you could change windows in your house, or we didn't want it to be the same as the city where you had to get a permit to re-shingle.
Yep.
Or hang gutters or something on your house, but if you were gonna build a patio or a garage attached to it or something like that, or another bedroom, then you had to have a building.
makes sense, Dennis. Thank you. So the next green is the definition of concentrated animal feeding operation. And there are 5 points there, and they added in liquid manure system. So this is going to open up the conversation because the Planning Commission recommended not to have 3 styles of manure, only 1. So that's why liquid manure definition was moved up here, is because they struck it later, if that makes sense. So now I think we need to open that conversation up around manure. And the big ticket item is, do we want to keep the 3 differentiations between manure, liquid, dry, and semi-solid? Liquid, solid, and semi-solid is what it is. So, everybody want to start that?
Why don't we just have one?
Just liquid and solid.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. The reason we had liquid, semi-solid, and solid is because I took that from Nebraska, and that's what they have. And then the question,
But look at their roads.
the question it brings up is, what if I have dry lot beef and I put a deep pit barn on the site too? Now what setback do I go by? And that's where the semi-solid came in.
So I'm going to correct here. Were you referring going back to all 1 or going from 3 to 2?
2.
2, dry and liquid. So if you put up a liquid barn, you're liquid.
I'm fine with that.
And the reason between the dry and the liquid was to address your issue with the cattle operators, because we don't seem to get the controversy around cattle lots. We get the controversy around thermostatically controlled environments. Chickens and geese aren't here yet, whatever, turkeys, but they may come because they're in Nebraska now, and
Fish.
Iowa and Minnesota. So I would look for poultry to be coming that way, and that would be the thermostatically controlled. So that was the reason why we didn't want to penalize everybody for an issue that seems to be consistent with anaerobic manure breaking down. So with that said, I kind of made it long-winded. The change here is because it was stricken later. So if we want to keep later, we're not going to accept this change.
I don't know if it makes a difference.
I think we should keep this, approve this change,
Keep this version here.
Take it
Add
out.
it right into
the
here.
green one,
Leave it in.
leave it in.
Okay.
And if what you're talking about with the setbacks and everything, we actually adjusted those later on.
Yep.
and That wasn't voted on.
Yep, I got those written down. We'll come to that discussion.
But that's basically where this ties into, because that was the only difference between your classifications of manure was the different setbacks.
Right.
Yes.
And we basically readjusted those, voted on those.
Yes, yep, votes were taken, there were 2 motions made. First one failed, second one passed. 4 to 5, 5 to 4. And I have the motions written down because I knew it'd be controversial. So I'm good with leaving this definition in here. If everybody else is okay with that. So let's not have the setback discussion quite yet. Let's
The
keep,
rest is the same, right? Yeah.
yep, the rest is the
So
same.
why we're on the CAFO definition, in AFO, we have if they're adjoining within 1 mile and under common ownership, do we want to put that in here as well?
That
it would
should
make
be,
sense, and maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see it.
that is under animal feeding operations. 2 or more facilities under common ownership are a single animal operation if they adjoin. That language was not taken out. It's still the same as original.
But a CAFO is different than an AFO.
But a CAFO is based on an AFO definition.
If you're a CAFO, you are.
You are an AFO.
For confusion purposes, because what we're trying to do is reduce confusion, that wouldn't be hard to add in, and then we're covered. Because that, I think, is even under state law, just the 2 or more facilities under common ownership, if ownership or single animal operation, if they join each other within 1 mile, or if they use common area or system for disposal of manure, copy, paste it, put it in there. And I think it could save us a headache down the road.
And what did you say, what was your response to that?
It was already in the definition of animal feeding operation.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
under CAFO then, do we take out, using the 200 animal units, do we take out sub 1, which says contains at least 500 animal units?
No, because this is what's going to require a CUP.
Okay.
This is where we get into the more formal process. Oh, yeah. Is that why the question mark was there?
No, it's here because that was the request.
Because if you adjusted Class A to what we proposed,
Then 500 would be,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's why the 500 is there. And essentially what that's saying is cattle feeder at 500, you need a CUP. Is essentially what it says. Or 250 horses or whatever you want to have. Okay, so I don't feel we need to add the 2 or more because it's in the definition above. Other opinions? Dan wants to add it. Other opinions?
Sherry, what if you did an animal feeding operation as previously defined that meets one of the, you don't have to restate it.
Just say as previously defined.
As-
I'd be fine
You got
with
that, Gary?
I'd be fine with that.
So we're putting, what are you putting that?
So an animal feeding operation as previously defined that meets 1 or more of the following criteria. Okay, so we can move on from this one. The next one is a farm building. Gotta keep up with my notes here. And I have written down, I'm okay with that strike. So farm buildings, they have essentially stricken including dwellings for owners, operators, farm laborers employed on the farm, and either family members. So it's a farm building is all buildings and structures needed in ag operation. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
Well, do you need them for, do you need a farm building for farm laborers?
Definite by a residence, so this,
Okay, that's fine.
okay. Good?
Yeah.
All right, Gary, keep that green one. Farm, ranch, orchard, they struck out of not less than 20 acres of unplatted land. And or part of a contiguous ownership and not less than 80. Is this because we've got lots that are less than 20 that maybe people have orchards on right now? Yes. Any controversy with the suggestion?
No.
No.
We'll keep that one too. Feeding operation is completely stricken.
That's fine.
I don't.
Because I don't see a grain elevator as being a feeding operation anyway.
No, it says feeding operation. I wrote down that I was okay with that strike.
Yeah,
Any controversy with striking it?
no.
No,
Okay, we'll keep that one. So the manure system definitions. So again, the liquid one was moved up to the top. Do we need to,
That sorry to go back, that feeding operation essentially clarifies that original definition of agriculture, but you would never find it. to
yeah,
Tie it back.
okay,
So
so you're good?
Yeah, I'm good.
So now we're to the manure system definitions, and we've already moved the liquid one up somewhere else. We've kind of discussed getting rid of the middle one.
Yeah.
So can we just make that solid manure system a standalone definition and just get rid of the title?
So I'm gonna go back on my word as we're reading this. I almost think we should just keep
When-
solid and liquid here as
Yeah.
definitions.
I thought that's what we were gonna do. I
Well-
thought we were taking it out above and putting it down below.
Okay, Gary, you gotta go back up and,
He'll
all right,
figure it
you're
out.
keeping up.
Am I crazy or does that make?
Okay, so we're going to leave the general definition of manure system definition, and we're only going to have number 1, solid manure, number 2, liquid manure.
Yeah, we're gonna take out the current number 2.
Okay, so, so Gary, are you with me? All righty. And then, so I'm going to switch my page here. Struck, nursery swine. Oh, yeah, that's fine. PC add, okay. Permitted special use, that's what it was. That's been added, and we have to add that definition because we're going to use it later, so, and that's state law again. That was allowed, so that was in there.
It's allowed, but it's not something we have to use.
So now we're talking about blue as well?
Oh, sorry, no, I just noticed it was different than the version that I had started with, so I'm talking out loud, I shouldn't be doing that one. Sorry. Start of construction, that one was
That
put
one's-
in.
That one's kind of problematic, though, because if I get a permit, and then, like in the year 2019, when it rained 8 feet in one day, and I can't, and my ground is all soggy, and I can't start it, how is that not, I mean, there's got to be some way that that's taken into consideration.
We've got notes down, if we ever get through this, to then go into the CUP section of the ordinance and then allow.
An extension.
An extension.
Okay.
To just right in there, they may be extended.
Because it's not just here, it's all CUPs and all building permits, so you're right.
But I think that if it were to rain really bad or freeze really early, and I can't, and I've turned 6 shovels worth of dirt before it started to rain, that's still I started.
According to this, dirt work doesn't count.
I know, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. That's
And-
why this is problematic to me.
Well, one reason you have to be careful is because if you consider that start of construction, you have to have a building permit. Now, how it's written today, I can go move all the dirt I want, I can dig a big hole for a basement, until I start pouring concrete, that's not construction.
And actually, I think you can pour a basement and flat work. You just can't
Below
go
ground, I
vertical.
can't go above ground, so we have to be careful with this. Now, state law was pretty specific, Gary. This is Nome's definition, so,
And she's always right.
well, she got the law passed, so now it's law.
And it was based on part of the issues we had when I first started too, about what's considered start of construction, and we were talking about expiration of permits.
Yes, and to Joe's point, Gary's got a list of what we're calling administrative changes, and allowing him to give extensions due to things like that is at
Well,
the top.
I just don't want there to be a problem if people have got a permit or thought they had a permit, started to do work, and then now under the new improved rules, doesn't count.
Well,
have 180 days to start regardless.
This is pretty industry standard, is
Okay.
is dirt work doesn't count, cause it's been abused, I think is why.
One of the issues on the discussion that started construction was if you go in and present a plan to a banker and it takes you 6 months to get a loan approved, isn't that all part of, and we're saying no, we're saying that's not right. This succinctly tells you what you have to do, and it's very clear.
So there's no question.
And there's nothing saying when, let's say you come in to get a CUP for something, you don't have to come in and get the building permit the next day. You can go in and talk to your banker and get all that stuff done.
Before I get the
And then you get the permit when you're ready to build.
Some are months, maybe a long time later.
There's one problem that even the lot does not address, and this goes across everything, whether it's a hog barn being built or a house being built out the lake or whatever. Is if you go in, and in today's world, you go out and you want to build a house out by the lake on the bluff that overlooks the dam, and you buy the site, and you go get your loan and all that stuff, but then you go and you enter into a contract with a contractor and a supplier to supply you with all this stuff, and you have a legitimate contract, just like the hog barn people did with all the equipment that's got to go in those barns before they can be put up. There's several $100,000 invested before a shovel dirt is turned. Now, none of these definitions, all they talk about is actual construction, but the actual construction isn't going to start unless that stuff is on site to be put in motion when it's done, just like a house building now. So there, I think that any administrative thing, and I don't disagree at all with coming in and getting an extension or renewal of the permit. I think that is a good thing. But we also have to be careful what we're going to define as actual construction, because I might have $500,000 invested in the project before the dirt guy ever shows up. So how do
Right.
you know?
Well, you don't get a permit until you're ready to build though.
Right, I understand that, but you just had to go, you went and got the permit to, and then you ordered the stuff, and you had to make sure it was allowed to be done. So once you got the permit, then you ordered the material and stuff to start building, you've got 180 days, but you've got a lot of money invested before, well, just like in 2019.
But just to counter that though, because I know what you're saying, but if your building is a permitted use, let's say, and you meet the setbacks and everything, there is nothing that this office can do to deny you that permit. So you can go ahead and order materials and do whatever. If you go forward and get the CUP approved and then wait on your building permit until you have all that done, your building permit must be issued as well. So you don't really have any risk out there. You know what I mean?
As long as the wind doesn't change your permit, your permit's denied.
Well, you wouldn't need an extension because you wouldn't apply for it.
If you couldn't start construction for whatever reason, but you already have all the material purpose.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we see it more the opposite, where people they're already ordering all their supplies and everything, they're ready to get a building permit tomorrow, and then we tell them, oh, by the way, you're in the floodplain, and you're gonna have to do this, that, and the other thing. So they're usually raring to go, and we see more of that, unfortunately.
I think as long as we have a path to offer extensions, and you know, one thing that,
Are those variances?
they're not. Well, not if
We
it's
don't do
written, not if
If
it's
it's written
in
that
the
we're
ordinance,
allowed
and
to
that's-
do it,
Troublemaker.
That's where the
What?
trouble was before, is it's not written in the ordinance to allow us. And one other thing, kinda off topic, but on topic, is in that Hanson County case, what was discovered too is, let's say you come in for a CUP, cause under state law now, there's no ifs, ands, or buts, CUPs expire after 2 years. In that Hanson County case, what was determined was if you know that it's a 5-year project and that is identified as your CUP hearing and on that condition, then you can
You can keep going.
you can have 5 years, but you can't come in after 2 years and say, well, this is a 5-year project, I want an extension. That doesn't fly. But if at the time you say,
Well,
hey,
then
there's a-
everybody needs to come in and say,
Yep.
I
But so anyway, there's
anticipate
ways
it getting
around-
done in 2 years, but I'd like to have 5.
Yeah, but so anyway, there's ways around those things, and hopefully they don't become an issue.
Okay, so I think we're done with definitions finally. We're to Article 5. So
Utility facilities, what's that blue, when did that get added?
I think Gary had that added.
Early on, because we actually had a private citizen that wanted to put solar panels on their land and stuff, and it didn't make sense, but they didn't have the ability to do that.
You, are,
For their own use.
I'm wondering how that'll impact pipelines, manure pipelines.
Well, it's on my head too, on the definition of start of construction, Gary.
We're back to
This-
that.
Well, it's a different ordinance, but in our floodplain ordinance, it defines start of construction. Can you just make sure those jive?
Good
That we should
observation.
just put the same one in, but.
good catch.
So now are we on 503?
We are on, yes, 503. So the first one is that agriculture definition, and we chose to keep it above, correct?
Correct.
So we will
Keep it.
accept the green and to strike that. All right, so manufactured homes, modular homes were moved to 506. So in 505, accessory agriculture structures.
So going back on, dwellings, I just think the public should know that that's no longer gonna be a permitted use in an ag district.
Never was.
Yeah, it never was.
a
Dwellings, single family aren't permitted uses because we require them
To
to
be
follow
residential.
lot line setbacks and minimum lot requirements. We're
Well,
putting
But you require
restrictions.
you require cemeteries to do that, buildings, that it is in 503 as a principal use is
It's
dwelling, single family. And I just think it's important that the public knows that you guys are taking that out now. I'm not aware of any county in the whole state that doesn't have a single family as a permitted use.
So
I think
let me
it's
get
pretty
this straight though.
revolutionary.
When a special permitted use applies to an AFO, let's say, there's zero regulation and there's not enough oversight. But when it applies to a house, it's overburdening.
No, I'm saying you are taking away people's rights, and they need to realize that you are removing that from a principal use and
Isn't that
putting
what a
more rules
building
on it.
permit is for?
So essentially, what is being changed, we'll start with the dwellings, single family. It is being moved from a permitted principal uses and structures to the new section called permitted special uses. And the line says dwellings, single family, including modular homes pursuant to section 516. And section 516 is where we require the setbacks, and we allow additional dwelling units to be within the farmstead, et cetera. So they don't have to have a CUP hearing or anything, but what we're being is clear that you can't just build a home. You have to build a home according to lot size, lot
Building.
line setbacks,
Building permit.
and et cetera. So there are requirements, so we're trying to get away from someone coming in and says, well, it's a permitted use. Why can't I just build it 10 feet off the lot line? Well, you can't, because there's a regulation that says you can't do that.
Well, and the other reason, to me, it's more clear, because to the end user, to the citizen, when they come into the office, the process doesn't change one bit. They come in, they get a permit, and off they go. So the process doesn't change, but it cleans it up because we currently have it as a permitted use, which, yes, you need to abide by the lot sizes and the setbacks, just like everything else. But then where the confusion to me comes from is we also allow a second home, and then we also allow smaller lots on existing acreages. And so all that does is take all of these different housing options and puts
Residences.
it into, yep, all residences, and puts it into one place. These are the rules.
Except
That's the
also,
way I see it.
also AFOs are under permitted special uses with housing. Which seems odd.
But that's because,
We've already discussed when CUPs applied.
You discussed it, and that's what you said you wanted to do.
I think there were three other commissioners here that agreed and
I don't
one
agree.
didn't.
Also, the special permitted special use section is basically just saying that that's going to be a permitted use if you follow these other restrictions.
Exactly.
Okay.
So,
It's permitted with requirements.
right, so dwellings, they have requirements on them.
Maybe,
A small AFO, they have requirements on them.
maybe we should just say, provided you meet requirements, where it says no consensus.
Exactly.
Because that's clear
see,
to
that's-
everybody.
essentially how we had it, things were permitted uses. And then also, but see the rules regarding this in this section, or, in this following section. And so they weren't
Just trying to make
permitted.
it clear.
Yeah,
Signs are a good example. We have a whole section on signs,
right.
and that's, whether you need a CUP or just follow the ordinance.
So I think the important, to me, takeaway to the citizens at home watching, Dan, is that the process doesn't change. You come into the office, get your building permit.
It's exactly the
So
same.
walk me through the process with the special permitted use.
Okay, you come in and say, I'd like to build a house. Okay, where's it gonna go? Do you have 20 acres? No. Okay, is it,
Don't ask for a variance.
does it meet, anything, is it an existing farmstead, any of these things under 516? If you meet it, here's your permit.
The section above 505, in the very first line, number 1, it says accessory structures, we struck agricultural. Accessory structures or uses, I would like to strike the word uses because it's ambiguous, we don't know what that's going to be. Someone will construe that as. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I see. It's kind of the
So
same reason
permitted
they.
accessory use.
Well, a farm drainage system is not necessarily a structure, nor is a sign necessarily a structure.
Well, I just think or uses could be construed as anything, and that was my concern.
That's where we were, 505.
505 is the very first.
And it is a little
That's where
redundant,
we
because the section is permitted accessory uses and structures.
I don't know what it adds, and I think,
I don't know why it's even, the whole thing should be stricken.
Let's let Gary take care of it.
Or do you want to say
So I
permitted, or do you want to say
think
allowed?
accessory structures like a farm building, shed, chicken coop.
I don't have a problem with having accessory structures there. The only thing I want to strike is uses.
I don't remember why
The use was there.
there's a lot
It
of
says
reasons.
that in a sentence right above.
Right, the reason we struck the agricultural part is so you don't have to have variance to have like a garage.
that.
Okay.
But do you want to say the word permitted, or do you want to say the word allowed? Because permitted actually means something different in this ordinance. Means I have to have a permit.
No, I struggled with this for a long time.
Uses
Permitted
you
is
don't-
allowed, but that's the word they use in state law all the time, and I wish they never would have.
It's not that you need a permit.
It's permitted.
Well, I know, but that's how I'm reading it. in conjunction with all the other stuff that has to be permitted.
Yeah,
CAFOs permitted, buildings permits permitted. I know it,
So 505, number 1, strike the word agriculture. And then strike the green or uses. So we're going to accept the first strike and not accept the addition.
Agreed.
Okay, so let's move forward.
to the blue.
Let's see, so now we're on 506, which is permitted special uses, no consensus.
We're back to permitted.
So, probably the most controversial part here is number 6, which in February, when we talked about this, and, yes, ma'am.
In number 5, animal feeding operations pursuant to section 519, 2.3, there is no 2.3.
Yep, it's, I think that was supposed to be 2,3, but there's something else we need to discuss there too. So that'll be in on it, but I want to start with the expansion first. So this is showing, allowing existing CAFO operators to expand by 25% over current size. What we talked about in February was a little bit different than that. So existing CAFOs that do not hold a current conditional use permit are allowed to expand their operation up to 499. If they go above 499, they have to come in for a CUP.
Yeah, but we don't have that anymore.
At 500, we do. So that was our limit, was once you hit 500, we require a CUP. So that's why we discussed, well, let's let people expand up to that 500, and above that, you need to come in for a CUP. So what happens if you're a current operator and you've got 2,000 head of cattle? That's what you're permitted for. We had discussed that they just come in and expand their permit, update their permit if they're going to 1,000 or whatever it was. We didn't agree to the flat 25% expansion.
Yeah, we talked about that in depth. So what, I've got the one at the meeting in February. And permitted special uses, concentrated animal feeding operations existing that do not hold a current conditional use permit are allowed to expand their operation up to a capacity of 499 animal units at their current location. Expanding their capacity above 499 requires a conditional use permit. The species of animals pertaining to the expansion must be that of the existing operation. Performance standards of 519.3 are applicable to the expansion. And then we did talk about, yes, if you have a CUP, if you're holding a CUP and you have 1,000 animal units and you want to go to 2,000, you just need to come in for a hold of CUP to get to that 2,000.
That's what we discussed in February. So what the Planning Commission has come back with is just a general 25% expansion. So if I have 100 today, I can expand to 125. If I have 1,000, I can go to 1,250.
I think the planning commission could be
I'm sorry,
wrong.
Don, I can't hear you.
We didn't have all that information, because I agree with what you were speaking about your plan is better.
I think the planning commission talked about the 125%. If you have 100 animals and you can expand at 125%, can you have then 125 more animals? Or?
And I do agree that was confusing. So if we want to go back to that model, I do agree, 25, it needs to be the number, not the 125.
Yes.
But again, I get back to what we discussed in February was different. So do we want to go back to just allowing 25%, or do we want to go with the February discussion?
25%.
What the argument too was that if you expand 25%
not going to notice the day-to-day operations change virtually anything. If you're going to add, say, another defit confinement, you're not going to be adding just 25% more. It's going to
No.
be way more than that, so it's not going to apply to you anyway. So 25% to me seems low, but I guess I would accept that because if you're like a dry lot or something like that, you're really not going to notice the difference in amount of traffic or manure or really anything different at any level. But, and if you're going to do something like a hog barn or whatever, you're going to be well over the 25%.
You're gonna double or,
And the species of animals pertaining to the expansion must be that of the existing operation, is what it states in what you guys reviewed.
960 animal units, which is a 2,400 head hog barn times 25% is 240, and that's a nursery barn. And that's it, just, here's your permit. And I think that is a substantial change.
well, I think,
Because it will push all of these from below, well, the DANR threshold to then above the threshold.
one of the, one of the conversations and the iterations we had was that, and we talked about that. And we had in there, if you go over the 1,000, then it's a CUP. But part of the, I don't know if you remember, part of the issue we ran into with the 25%, or, I don't know, issue, but what was brought up is, one, if you're at 200 animal units and you go to, 25% more, you're gonna go another 50, big whoop. And if you're at, 2,000 and you go 25% more, what happens to that CUP? Because you have a CUP that says 2,000 animal units. And we didn't have a good process of updating that CUP to show that you are now permitted for that many. And that's, I think, how we reverted back to where we're at.
I like the language that you have in that it's up to 499 animal units. In other words, when they get to that CUP level, they need to have a CUP. Also, I would put one more thing in there. It's a one-time deal. So they can't get 25% and then a couple of years later or 6 months later, I want another 25%. I want another 25%. I think that needs to be stated in there that this is a one-time expansion of 25%.
Well, if it's,
Without having to see.
if it's under what we discussed, it's unlimited up to 499.
Up to 499, yeah.
But then,
Put that in.
and do you see where the concern with the 25%, like, let's say you had 1,000 and you went to 1,250, you physically have a CUP filed at the office for 1,000. So what's the process of updating that? And nobody came up with a good idea, I guess.
You have to be audited. Spot check's the only way to go out and
But-
say, well, do
but
you have
even-
1,250 or do you have
But
1,500?
even so, you're under, over 1,000, you're under the DENR regulation. DENR does not know that you increased. I mean, anybody could just increase and hope no one checks them. But the point is, there's no record of any of this.
Correct.
If you truly want to be a law-abiding citizen, and we didn't have a process of updating that. How do you modify a CUP? And we've been down that road a few times, and I think we took the stance, you can't modify a CUP.
You have to do
I think that's one of our administrative changes we want to do.
All right. But anyway, I'm just saying, I think we've had this discussion, and that's how we ended up with where we're at. I'm open to,
So which path do we want to take, left or right?
25%.
I'm okay with that, but how do you logistically do it?
Do you add a line in here and you have to register,
Pretty much the
With your-
same
if
way
you've got a
you
CUP, you've gotta
enforce all zoning
register? it?
randomly.
From a legal process though, if we allow someone to modify their CUP without a public hearing, what's gonna happen to us in court?
But is it a
Nothing, because we have an
modification if they're following
ordinance.
the ordinance?
I don't know.
We have an ordinance. They have the opportunity to come in and complain.
I don't know.
So if I have 2,000 and I want 25% more, the ordinance says I can do that. I can't do it 50 times, but I could do it at least once.
If it's done as a special permitted use, how it's being discussed right now, there is no public hearing, there is no public notification, none of that. They come in and. if
There
it
is for a
meets-
CUP requirement.
But that's not how this is written with the planning commission. Special permitted use, concentrated animal feeding operation, expand by 25%. And if we go that way, there is no hearing, there is no notification, none of that exists. It's walk in, and there's no criteria on what it has to meet, so if it, basically, they just get their permit and then they expand.
So under our current ordinance, they can expand by 300 animal units. And they don't have to let anybody know. Operations in existence upon adoption or prior to future amendments may be considered a new operation if the facility is expanded to facilitate an increase of more than 300 animal units. In fact, it says an increase of more than 300 animal units.
I don't think everybody needs to know what everybody else is doing.
I agree. If, I just want, I'm looking at it from liability standpoint in the future. If
Well,
we,
I understand that, but if we have an ordinance that says you can expand, I can expand my 8,000 chicken production unit 25%, who's gonna come out, first of all, and count my chickens? And second of all, we've got an ordinance that says I can do it. Somebody wants to stop me, they can file for a temporary restraining order. Well, apparently, everybody thinks they should know what I'm doing anyway. They should be able, I should have to prance in here and get an extra permit so that everybody can know what I'm doing. It's really nobody's business what I'm doing, as long as I'm not harming somebody and I follow the law.
if,
Well,
I'm
that,
fine
that
with
last part
25.
was the following the law, and if we put it in our ordinance, it's the law.
Exactly, that's why I
So-
say leave it at 25%.
if we can do that, I'm fine with that. And it should be a one-time expansion.
Without going in for another.
Without coming in for another permit.
Right.
Okay, so Gary, did you get that? We need to add somewhere in that number 6.
How
A
about
one-
existing are allowed to expand one time, 25% over current? That's,
Okay,
no, 25%.
who is she? No, I.
No, that's what we
No,
talked
I
about.
didn't. No, no. Well, we discussed 25 and we discussed this, and we chose that in February, and now the direction is changing.
Do they need to then follow the setbacks with the expansion?
Yes.
So in that blue, it says the species of animal pertaining to the expansion must be that of the existing operation. Performance standards of 519 are applicable to the expansion with exception to setbacks found in the facility setback chart.
So they don't, so the setback that they're at is where they're gonna stay even though they expand.
By 25%.
That's kind of the point, because if you have to comply with the setback and all the other expansion stuff, and you do comply with that,
You can't expand.
well, no, say you do comply with all those things, then there would be no issue coming in and getting another permit, because
Yeah, well, I guess,
you would meet those requirements, so you have to give them the permit, but the point is to try not to box in current operations because of all the dwellings out there. So you can still expand on a current operation, I can expand this 25% and not have to comply with the setbacks, even though
Correct.
production or my future opportunities.
Well, and a couple of years ago, when a lot of these operations went in, they were literally, right at the setback. And now each and every one of these can expand by 25%, and then where can that other operation go? Is it gonna be right next to it? Can it be across the field? Can it be up to a mile away? Without any setbacks, I mean, there's a tremendous amount of gray area then,
Except
if you ask me.
We can't legislate everything.
I realize that, but, I mean, are we just gonna allow, these to expand? Are we gonna allow campers and campgrounds to expand without setbacks? I mean,
Well,
if-
campgrounds aren't in here.
If you take a 2,400 head finishing unit and expand it by 25%.
You're not going to.
That's 600 head. Nobody builds a 600
no,
head.
it's 240 animal units, which is a nursery barn. And I'm gonna say, where's that gonna go? Does it have to go next to that building? Or can it go, because there's no setback now, it could go across the field, it could go on the other side. That's where we need to, if we're gonna go down this road, need to get that ironed out, because it can expand without setbacks.
Well, you couldn't
What's-
increase or decrease the setback.
Well, well, you already have the setback for the barn, and it doesn't say you can't.
Well, if he has a
increase the setback.
10,000 animal unit thing, he's gonna have to get one anyway, because he's got the manure issue.
Dan, I do think there is a setback. It's the original setback based on the original animal units. So it isn't like they could disregard the quarter-mile setback for a new building.
Right.
Because that setback still applies to the original building. So they couldn't then build a new one closer. It just means you can't look at the setback for the 25% and say, now you gotta move farther back because you're expanding it. So they still have the original setback.
All right, so we need to also address in here, which is in the green document, number 5, under section 506, and right now it reads animal feeding operations pursuant to section 519, and it should be 2 and 3.
And 3?
How, yep, not 2.3, because there's really not a 2.3. It's supposed to be section 2, which is setback, and section 3, which is manure management.
Oh, so it should be.
Yep. Yep.
So it should be
So how-
parens and parens.
Okay, so how we had discussed this in February was to actually have, instead of 1, number 5, we needed to have 2. The first was animal feeding operations, 100 to 199, 519, 2, and animal feeding operations, 200 to 499, where 2 and 519, 3 applied. So earlier, we moved that floor to 200. So how this should read is animal feeding operations, 200 to 499 in there pursuant to 519, 2 and 3. Because if we say animal feeding operations, yeah, I think this was my point about the classes. So since the word class wasn't used here, technically, I guess we could say animal feeding operations class B. That would work. And then we have to keep the classes.
That'd be fine.
200 to 499, no CUP, but they need manure setback and manure and setbacks. So on number 5 on the green, we need to put in there animal feeding operations class B. Does that make sense, Gary? Yes. And then make sure it's, yeah, or you can even just say 519.2 and 519.3, so there's no question.
hate to do it, but can I back up one comment to make on the expansion? Put a note in there, if it's over 1,000, because state law is gonna trump anyway. So
Right.
if you move to over 1,000 animal units, you have to get a CUP by
You mean your
DNR.
25% is over 1,000?
Yeah, if
So if
you
you-
go from 960 to
Over
to over
1,000.
1,000,
Exactly.
so maybe just note in there, DENR,
But you can't exceed 1,000.
yeah, not exceeding 1,000, because state law is gonna trump us anyway. And you don't want someone to read that thinking that they don't have to get DENR approval.
25% over current operation size if under.
Up to 1,000.
Or put in the, and put in the end after farmstead in accordance with state law.
Pardon?
At where it says farmstead, put in accordance with state law and take out the second period.
No, $9.99, because once you
Anyway,
get
I think
1,000.
that addresses some of the concerns with it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, that's good.
But you need to cap it at 1,000 if you're gonna go, if you put it in there, basically, you can expand 25%.
If you're already
If
permitted.
you go over 1,000, you have to get your state permit, but you're
That's
still
just, then you might as well take the whole thing out.
You're still what?
that the 25% expansion is still a permitted, special permitted use, even if you're over 1,000, as long as you get the state permit.
Yeah,
That's part of your,
I-
that's part of your,
obligation.
Right.
obligation to get, to have a special permitted use, you gotta get that state permit if you're over 1,000, but I don't think we should cap it at 1,000. Like, if you're less than 1,000, you can get a 25% expansion, and if you're over 1,000, you can't get a 25% expansion. That's just what you proposed, the way you said it.
I think,
And that is some of where the discussion was, is DENR. Because DENR is permitting you over 1,000.
Right, so if you just.
Even if we don't have any ordinance, and so if we, at 1,000, if we, let's say you're permitted for 1,000 and we say you can go to 1,250, you still need to somehow let DENR know that you've expanded your operation.
Comes up to state law, doesn't it?
Notify
Hmm?
DNR
Comes
of
back to
expansion
state
if
law.
applicable.
Yeah, I mean,
Comes back to
if
being
if you would put the not exceeding $9.99 up there where you want to put it, then anything that would go over that
Can't expand.
Can't expand.
expand. So if your concern is DENR, then you
So
just
you
need to
gotta
make
notify,
yeah,
alright.
so at the end of that paragraph, Gary could just say, DENR requirements must be met for the expansion or
Okay.
something like that. So then they know if it goes to over that, they've got to do the DENR.
Okay. So there was, number 7 in that concerns non-conforming uses of land. Is that a good place under permitted special uses? If any such non-conforming use of land ceases for any reason for a period of more than 5 years, any subsequent use of such land shall conform to the regulations specified. It should be by, not just be, this ordinance for the district in which such land is located.
Why don't you change non-conforming use to any permitted special use?
Well,
I
but
wanna
that's my
address that
question is,
altogether,
does this even have to do with special permitted uses?
I think we can strike it all together because we determined that if you were, what section is that? What's his name's barn that burned down, just built a new one.
Schultz.
Schultz?
Yeah, yep, because in our ordinance, it says if you, essentially, if you were in operation, non-conforming, if you were in operation prior to zoning, but it's a allowed use in your district, you essentially automatically have the CUP. That's what, I don't remember what section that is, but so that was the concern with moving that, cause right now, the non-conforming is 1 year, and we had the discussion about agriculture, moving that to 5 years. But I think since that discussion, the Fred Schultz thing came forward and we found in that ordinance that it's, you actually don't even, you're protected.
So are we good taking number, okay,
One thing about that, the verbiage that's used in that, and I don't know where you ended up on your agribusiness 5-acre thing, but that might be something to look at on this to protect that from being turned into a housing development that agribusiness closes.
Well, that'll be,
For the original permitted use that it was allowed at that thing, and I don't know if you, I don't remember some of what you were discussing earlier, if you struck or what we did with it, or what we did with it. But if you intend on putting that in there and was worried about housing, somebody selling it off and wanting to build a house there, this could kick in on that and say after a period of time when that's not used, it reverts back to whatever it was.
well, I think what we came up with would be a deed, it would
yeah, and I think
be with the property forever.
for that situation, we know, we need to go to the step of the deed, because in 20 years, when we're all doing something else, and someone might assume, well, that was originally a grandfathered lot, you can build a house on it. Well, if they go to the deed, it says you cannot. So I think that's the point of putting it on the deed for that.
Just like the unit that we approved and is actually up and operational on the Walcom Road that, Dallas Hanson knows that put up.
Yeah.
See, that was an existing farmstead, so it fit into the farmstead rule.
Right.
And we granted the permit for that because it was already existing.
Yeah, according to our ordinance, he could have built a house on there without even seeing us,
Right,
but he had to come in front of us to build a seed shed
right.
and get a variance, which was not right.
So before we leave 506, number 3, we were gonna allow non-farm dwellings with 20 acres for your extra dwelling too, correct?
Farm
We have that in parentheses.
dwelling, and, okay, so I had it written as dwellings, additional farmstead in excess of 1 pursuant to section 516 and 1509.
So we're good with that.
So they can come in and get a building permit because it's a special, a permitted special use,
Okay.
and build that, because it makes sense to not continue to expand the houses here and there, keep them grouped.
Right. All right.
And the modular and the manufactured homes are in there, single family, 2-family. Okay, so I think 506 we can close out and move on. So 507 is conditional uses. So the suggestion here was to expand concentrated animal feeding operation to include and concentrated animal feeding operation expansion over 25% of current operation size if the operation exists on an occupied farmstead of continuous property to the farmstead.
Should it be continuous or contiguous?
English teacher.
I think it should be contiguous.
Contiguous?
Yeah,
Okay, are we good with that to tie in with what we just approved above?
Yes.
yeah.
What if it's not on an occupied farmstead, because most of the ones that we've approved in the last few years are not on an, do you mean an occupied farmstead as in there's a house and building and then there's also a CAFO on it? Is that?
What was your
you mean?
intent, Planning Commission?
I think it was just to make it consistent that 25%, up to a 25% expansion was special permitted use. If it was over 25% expansion, then it,
Okay.
But I
My
think
guess
Dan's
is that-
question is on an occupied farmstead.
I think that was cut and paste. 'cause that
Occupied by
was
people or
originally-
occupied by other
The
structures?
intent was just if it was a barn out in the middle of
Okay, so we,
section and you went over 25%, then you have to get the CUP again.
so should,
Just being on a
How about on an existing property?
or even just strike out on an occupied farmstead, just, yeah.
Occupied farmstead was leaning toward a family farm.
Well-
If a person is living there as an occupied farmstead.
What I am fairly confident is that was in one of the expansions. Like where the special permitted uses, that was the verbiage of here, and it's probably cut and paste, because where that expansion is, once upon a time, was a cut and paste out of a different county's expansion, and it said, because I did it, and it,
Shame on you.
no, I didn't put it in here, but that
Oh.
was part of the expansion.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying.
Why don't you just take out
So I think we
on
can take
an
it out. I think
occupied
those are-
farmstead and
Yes.
put on contiguous property?
Or, yeah,
Well, I think all of this should be addressed in the expansion portion. I think we should say.
Why don't we
animal
just take
feeding
it out?
Expansion of over 25% of current operation size, period.
Didn't we already say that up above?
Yeah, you can put a
For
period
the
behind
last
the word
hour?
size. Does that make sense, Wanda? Put a period after word size.
Yes.
Okay, Gary, did you get that? So essentially, the last, half the sentence is gone. Okay, so that's conditional uses. Easy enough, modify CUP. Looking through my notes here. So there was some green, nope, no green down here. Is it? Okay. Now, it's 10 o'clock. Anybody need to take a restroom break?
I'm okay.
Everybody's good.
Let's soldier on.
So 513. So we've decided to keep the minimum lot, and we're gonna try to fix some wording there to make sure we get that protected. 513. Decide, and anything else on 513?
I guess, I don't know what the purpose of spelling out a 500, the minimum lot width shall be 500 feet. I don't know what we gain by that.
I agree with that, because I did look at our neighboring counties.
Mhm.
Clay and Von Holm are 25, 250 feet, excuse me. And Union County is only 200 feet. You know, if people are coming in for variances, if we make them at least, you know, similar to adjoining counties, I think there's nothing wrong with that. That's my opinion.
So in those other counties, they're 2-acre lots. And then we are sticking with our 20-acre lot and our 5-acre lot for agribusiness.
And we're not giving variances.
So is there it's been suggested to change that 500.
And also, when we get to the yard requirements, Union is 50 feet, we got 75, that would have eliminated this person's problem that was here tonight.
Well, let's finish number 4 first.
We've got 513 first, and we'll ask for input when we get there. So do we have a need to change 500?
No.
I guess the only thing is if we are allowing 5-acre lots, but 500 feet.
Well, that,
It's
Move on,
200
I'm gonna look
yards.
at, I'm gonna,
220, it's less than a 200-meter dash.
If you have a five-acre agribusiness lot, and it's 500 feet wide, it needs to be 435 feet deep. If you have, to meet the minimum acreage, you make it 250 feet wide, it needs to be 71 feet deep.
It can be.
Well, it would have to be to meet the minimum. If you had a minimum of 250 feet wide, it would have to go.
Be really long.
71 feet deep to make 5 acres.
Yeah.
Well, but that's a minimum. You can be over it. I think what we're looking at is the minimum.
Right, what I'm saying though is you're gonna get.
right.
Long, skinny.
Make it
Yeah.
narrower, the minimum narrower, and you say that, yeah, I want a 250 feet wide lot, it's gonna have to be really deep,
Well, think of 20 acres,
right? So
because this will apply to 20 acres too.
So
Well, I-
500 is more appropriate.
So 500 would essentially be a square 5-acre lot, little rectangle.
500 feet would basically be.
Be pretty square.
And when,
Yeah, 25. 200
We
feet
had
house.
this. There was a lot in front of us like 2 months into being a commissioner with this exact problem.
How do you remember that far away?
I just, the 500 is just another reason somebody's gonna ask us for a variance, is because it's not gonna meet the,
They can always.
What if I want it 50 feet wide and 2,000 feet long?
Well, I don't think we're looking to propose 50 feet
yeah.
width. So,
Do it, Christie.
Find one and measure it real quick. You can move on if you want.
okay, so is there any consensus on what we should do here? Leave it or change it?
Let's just leave it.
Leave it.
If you're, just like tonight with a couple who were here for the variance on their building, if you have it at 500 feet, that gives you, you still got a 75-foot setback from your lot line. So in
Yeah.
the topography of whatever your lot might be, you still got an awful lot of building area or a lot of opportunity of building area, and you can get that width. But if you get down to 200 feet, then you're narrowing that up right away, and pretty soon then they're gonna be coming in for variance because they can't build on that.
Yep,
And we can't give them.
that's right, unless they've got a real good reason.
For number 4, I think we should put a period after the word site.
Okay, I'm not sure if I agree with that one.
What does as defined herein help?
Well, it doesn't make a new sentence, so you shouldn't have a period after it.
You're saying get rid of it.
Get rid of as defined
Oh,
herein.
as defined, oh, I
There's
thought
a
you wanted to just put a
definition for
period
existing
there.
farmstead.
It's like- Yes, and that's an important definition. Yeah, sorry, I misinterpreted what you were saying. It's like
That's 'cause
I-
it's getting late.
I'm having a harder time focusing back at the end after I look close. So 500, should it stay or should it go?
I thought we decided it would stay.
Stay. We've got 2 stays down here.
Dallas Hansen's is 563 feet wide.
Okay. So 500.
I'm fine with 500.
Okay, so we've got 3 voting to keep 500.
Or do you want it to be, shall be no less than 500 feet? That way it could be more.
Well, it says minimum, that's no less lot width. So now we can move on to, let's see, 515. They didn't have any proposed changes for 515.
You didn't want to address number 4 in blue?
Well, remember, we're looking at
Only green?
green mainly. We are, when we get to that point, I will ask for input. We aren't to that point. Oh, gosh, see, what did I just say about being tired? Thank you, you're absolutely correct.
But it's not green.
No, you're good, Christy, that's a bad on me. So 516, you're exactly right, Wanda, it wasn't green, so I was gonna go. Certainly.
So, for the front yard, it's 50 in Union, it is 50 in Clay, and 50 in, what's the other one, Bonham. And it's the same for the rear yard, it's 50 in Union, no, it's only 30 in Union, but anyway, I think we could reduce those to 50 feet and probably eliminate a lot of variances. Number 3 for the side yards, bottom is only 25. But we could still just even go down to 50, and I think we're helping people out, because especially, we have a lot of, like the one tonight, there's a lot of topography issues in this county. We got a lot of rolling hills and places that aren't buildable, and they have to, build where they can.
Okay, so 50 around, is that what you're suggesting?
That's my suggestion.
50 around the horn. So with that said, that applies to every type of building, not just a home.
CAFOs,
It
AFOs.
applies to if I put up a little horse barn, I can have it 50 feet off the lot line, or if I have chickens or. No, absolutely not. It's all the same.
Property line, well, they did. They did, and they do on our zoning ordinance, 660 feet.
Well, not the ones that don't require a CUP. Like right now, we have in our ordinance, you can build a nursery barn 75 foot off the property line because it's 75 foot in this. Now, under our current ordinance, and it's in here, property line delineating a change in ownership for those that are subject to section 2, which we have said is 200 and over. So what I'm saying is anything 199 and below would not be subject to the 660 foot change in ownership.
Let's move it down to 60, and then those people that were here won't need a variance.
I think 50 is probably a better number.
I'm sorry?
50 is probably a better number than 60. You're not gaining, you're gaining a few feet with 60, but.
I really think that going down to 50 is not really gonna make a difference.
Is what?
Would have made a difference.
25 feet is not gonna.
It would have made a difference to those people tonight.
Yeah, as far as
It's not a problem, is what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
25 feet's not gonna cause a problem, so I don't see.
So let's move it to 50 then,
Side yards at 10.
because that will
Probably help.
correct our variance issues.
And it'll probably help the farmer.
I'm sorry?
It'll probably help the farmer in our area.
10. Low density is 10. All right.
With spraying and.
So I've got a proposal of 50 for number 1, number 2, and number 3. General consensus, okay with that?
Yes.
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 So I have yeses. Gary, you got that one? Yes. Okay. Anything else on 515 before we move to 516? Okay.
No, but I do like the fact that we're limiting the construction of new churches.
So section 516, essentially new residence requirements. The word requirements was stricken too.
I think requirement should be there.
Yeah, I do agree with keeping the word requirements. And the word new, I think, is fine, because this is applying to new. And what about the word church?
Church?
Well, the issue that was discussed, I think, in planning and zoning is what constitutes a church. If 3 people get together and say that we're gonna have this as our church.
Don't they have to?
Do
get
we
a
care
CUP?
how many
You gotta
churches?
get out.
Do we
Yeah.
really care how many churches there are?
Well,
There's a different setback for them.
they do if they're farming.
Well, if you are a church, you have to have a CUP according to our ordinance. And
Yeah.
And I know of one new church, Martinez Lutheran Church in Yankton County, in the rural area in the last 30 years. Maybe somebody has another one. And that is right next to where the old church was. I mean, is this a solution in search of a problem, if you ask me? It would be great to be getting new churches in the rural area. It's just not happening.
Okay, and residence and church have the same setbacks being proposed later, so I'm okay not having the word new church there in the title. Just say new residence requirements. Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this language we discussed in February. And I have written down there was concern voiced on number 3. I don't know. I must have heard something at the Planning Commission.
I have a problem with number 1. So any person who wants to live in the country, they have to go to anything within a mile and a half? That seems extremely excessive to me. But we only get a quarter-mile setback, but if you want to live in the country, you have to knock on the door of every place within a mile and a half of your house.
And do what?
How is that equitable?
I don't think that that says that.
Yeah, it just says you have to acknowledge that there are farms around you.
And that they may expand. It doesn't say you have to have their approval to build your home. It just acknowledges that you're recognizing there are operations in the area.
Well, it specifically says AFOs and CAFOs. How are you supposed to even know if those are there? Because a lot of them are not, have been there for a long time and.
Well,
may
if
not
you
have a
drive
CUP.
by and you see animals, I would assume you know there's an AFO there.
How are you supposed to acknowledge that? Are you supposed to just?
Because it
verbally
says in the
acknowledge
next sentence that it shall be attached to your building permit.
But somebody comes in, wants to build a new house, and they ask Gary, am I a mile and a half away from any AFO or CAFO? He doesn't have that information because it doesn't exist. I mean, you don't know every AFO. We don't have a map that says that. I don't know how somebody's supposed to get that information.
And it says that they are allowed to expand without regard to the residents. So you're putting something on there that is gonna go on into perpetuity, that says they're allowed to do whatever they want, and you have no rights?
They're allowed to expand according to the ordinance.
Without regard to setbacks.
Yeah, it does. It says as noted above.
So setbacks for already established residents still apply to the expansion.
And we've already talked and beat the dead horse about the 25% expansion. So we've already talked about that.
I think this says something different, though. It says expand in the future without regard to setbacks from this new residence.
That's correct. That's what
it
we
says.
discussed in February. So if I wanted to build a home right by Dennis Michael back there, quarter-mile from him, I would essentially be preventing Dennis from ever expanding. So if I want to build my home there, I'm going to acknowledge that Dennis was there first. And he has a right to expand according to our ordinance. Now, if there's somebody right next to me, he still has to meet the setback from them, but not from me. And we discussed this at length in February.
Because basically, if you don't have something like this, all the current operations and future operations are pretty much boxed in by residents. If you go and build, like say that right now, I have a section of land, and I have cattle on it, or I have a hog barn on it, or whatever, and I have plans to expand, but the neighbor across the road sells a lot, and next year, and they build a house there, and now my 5-year plan down the road is shot because I can't build there anymore. That house went up before I was able to get financing, or before I was able to start construction or start the process. So basically, I'm boxed in that I can't ever expand. I don't have any opportunity in an ag zone to do agricultural activities because there's new residences being built all over the place. And it's only gonna be more of a problem as more people try to move out into agricultural district. As more and more get out there, you're limiting more and more of what the actual farmers out there can do with their own land. Just because there's a house there, now I'm not allowed to operate. So this basically fixes that, says if you were there first, as the ag producer, then basically you
fully support Chris's comments.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I can't hear you with your mask on.
You probably can't hear me very well with my cold. I fully support Chris's comments.
And the whole thing about it too is, this is in a special permitted use category. Basically, as long as you meet these requirements, you're gonna get a building permit without having any kind of hearing. This is less restrictive than it is in a commercially zoned district or a lakeside commercial district where residence is a conditional use. And you have to get a conditional use permit for a new residence. So why does a commercial business like, say, down here by the lake, why in a commercially zoned district, why is there more protection for those businesses than the agribusinesses or the ag producers out in an ag zone district?
But with the conditional use, you would never put these kind of restrictions on it where you would say, oh, you can build a house, but you have no rights if any building or any type of business moves in next year. That, I just see this as gonna be hugely problematic in the future for this. I mean, and Yankton County is growing. We all
Dan,
need to realize
mindful
that.
of the people at home.
Pardon, I'm talking into the microphone. I don't know how much closer you want me to get, but this is just gonna be hugely problematic in 20 years with the way Yankton is growing. I see this being a big issue.
Well, in 20 years, they can amend it.
And the problem is in like, say like a commercial district, you don't have a quarter-mile setback from a residence to put a commercial business in, or a lakeside commercial. So why is the ag zone district, why is that treated differently? Have less protections for, thing that's intended for that district is agriculture, why is there?
But AFOs and CAFOs are not agriculture. They are AFOs and CAFOs. That's why they're specifically spelled out. Okay, that's the difference between them, and that's why they do have setbacks.
It's split out as a definition for the purpose of, so that you can basically stick more regulations on it, but it is part of agriculture. That is agriculture, it's raising animals. The only reason it's split out in here is just a technicality so that you can regulate it, which I agree there needs to be some restrictions on it and some regulations, but at the same time, you gotta realize it is part of agriculture, it's in an ag zone district, so there should be some protections for it, not everything thrown against it to keep it out of the county.
So if I'm interpreting correctly, Don and Wanda both support what's written here, essentially all in blue. Dan's got a challenge with number 1 there. Joe?
You know, I think I'm okay with it. I'm just going through, just trying to see what kind of problems it's gonna,
Yeah.
might arise or challenges.
The other thing is if it's written in the ordinance right here, you have no excuse not to know about that as you're coming in. The current residences that are already there are already gonna be protected the same way they always have been with the setbacks. And this is just applies to new residences. When the new residents come in, they have to do this, they realize that, and then you can make your decision, well, if I really have a problem with this notification so badly, maybe I'll locate in a residentially zoned district instead of an ag zone district.
And that's a good point to bring up, is we've had discussions, is that we're running out of places in the lake area. We're running out of residentially zoned areas, and we're not looking at rezoning anything else. You know, whenever something comes up for a rezone, at least lately, it's getting denied. So this is part of a long-term discussion on, and I agree with you, housing should go where it's appropriate. But I just see this as being problematic because we're treating people different. One person on this side of the road, here's the rights you have. This person on the other side of the road, well, you don't have those rights. And that's always gonna be a problem in the future.
It's basically deferring to who was there first, is what this is doing. So if the ag producer was there first, then you have this notification thing. If the residence was there first, or previous to this zoning ordinance, then
What?
It's transferable to family members, it says.
Okay, so they're immediate family only.
Well, it,
Because my
Siblings, children, grandchildren, nieces, and nephews, according to this.
Okay, so this could possibly go on for 2 more generations and still have that restriction.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we're talking another 50 years
Yeah.
that you have to worry about somebody building something right next to you and you not being able to do anything about it.
Yeah, if you look at it from the ag producer, he's gotta worry about all his neighbors selling a lot there and then basically preventing him from ever expanding. If I have
But
plans
a
to build
restriction of
something,
50 years is pretty extensive.
a house is a restriction forever, it's in perpetuity. Am I really gonna go have the money to go buy you out and then tear your house down so that I can build something? That's ridiculous.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission. I think we've heard the viewpoints. General consensus, do we need to change something or keep everything that's listed here?
Well, I'd say keep it.
I'm for keeping it.
I'm okay with keeping it. I think we do have to offer protections to whoever's there first. And I think this
Mask.
accomplishes that. I don't, not everybody's gonna like everything in here, is what it amounts to, but I do think we need to protect the people who are there first, and,
And this protects everybody. If the houses are there first, hog barn's not coming.
right.
The current setbacks do that, yep.
Yeah.
So then, my farm would be protected because I've lived there for 45 years, so I
You would count,
Yeah.
yep.
It'd be for a new
So it's
home.
just new people who move out there and they're getting their second.
I think we've reached a point in the county, my opinion, where animal agriculture is gonna continue to expand, and we also need, we're running out of places to build houses. And everybody needs to be forced into, it's all gonna come to a collision essentially.
We all have to live
And
together.
so I think the people who are here have the established residences, homes, farmsteads, whatever, are forever gonna have the protections of the setbacks in the ordinance. It's if I wanna build a new home right next to Chris or next to Dennis, I'm saying, you know what, you were here first operating, and I'm coming into your territory, you guys can continue your business.
Okay, I have a question for you then. I have my home, it's been there a very long time.
Mhm.
I'm living on, it'll be the 3rd generation. If my son comes and builds on part of our land, so I'm allowed to have a second house on my land, but then you're gonna put this deed restriction on him.
Is it,
But I was here
is it
first.
20 acres?
But it's a new home.
What if it's right next to you?
But I was here first.
If it's right next to your home, you're protecting him because you have the setback. That's what we want to encourage, is people to build side by side so we don't get this pockmark across the county. We want people to, I want my sons to come and build a home, hopefully not too close, but close enough where the grandkids can walk across like I grew up. Walk across the driveway and there's grandma and grandpa. That's what we need to encourage. And then it has less impact on the farmers who are there too. We're trying to find some compromise here, and everybody's focusing on me. We need to sit back and look from a bigger picture, and that's what we're trying to do. There's things in here I don't like, but I see it as a compromise to counterweight and put a finger on the pendulum that keeps going like this, and put it on the pendulum before we get out of control and we can't get anything done and we're stuck with the crap we've got. So, sorry, I'm getting tired. Sorry. So with this, let's bring it back to 516. Is there a need to adjust anything in 516? We haven't got to the right to farm yet.
So
I just want to focus on that.
a specific, number one, a specific list of all operators of AFO and KFO operations which are allowed to expand. Where's that list gonna be? And who's gonna have that?
With the building permit guy.
But that list does not exist because nobody has a list of all the AFOs and KFOs in Yankton.
Well, there
Nobody
will
does.
be.
But how do you get that list? Do you
Well-
say if you have an AFO or KFO, come in and register your location with us?
To me, that's Gary's problem.
Yeah, yeah. No, but I'm saying that doesn't
Yankton County
exist.
is not do we're
But-
not talking the entire
That's
state
what
of
he
South
got hired
Dakota.
for.
How
We are
many-
talking a confined space, and
Do you,
it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out how many CAFOs and AFOs and feedlots there are in this county.
I think
He
it's
can
gonna
make
be
a
harder
list.
than you think.
Pretty much just look on Google, draw a 1.5 mile circle around your spot, and
Okay.
then count up the AFOs and CAFOs you see on the map. And
How
then
about a
you-
1 mile?
You just click on it, and it tells you the name, who it is.
See, but when you do that, is the satellite image, are the cattle out in pasture? Maybe that's where they have them,
Okay.
I'm just,
Operation there with pens and stuff, it's not that hard.
I would think, I would challenge you guys that this is gonna be a lot more difficult than you think, getting a full list of that.
Point a spot on the map, and then let me look at it, and I can tell you how many.
But what we're, Chris, what I'm saying though is what's gonna happen is we're gonna task this to Gary, and somebody's gonna come in and say, I want my building permit, and he's gonna say, okay, do you have any AFOs or CAFOs with 1.5 miles? How is he supposed to know that? We wanna do this, if we're gonna go down this road, we're gonna do it, we need to do it right. And it's gonna be difficult to get that list.
So
Because if he issues a building permit and he, according to him, there are none within 1.5 miles, and oh, guess what? There's one within 1 mile, then are we gonna be in trouble with the zoning ordinance? Possibly.
I would propose 1 mile. 1 mile is a lot easier to measure. You got section lines. 1.5 miles is more difficult.
It depends on what you don't, not everybody builds on a section line to begin with, but I want to go back to the importance of number one is not just to protect the AFO, CAFO operator, it's to protect the new residents. Because if you build a home and you don't have a list of who's got crap, they could claim 5 years down the road that they had 500 cattle here, you just never noticed it. So that's the thing is, it's got to be documented to protect both sides. Because someone could say, well, we can have animals now, and they didn't have animals when you moved in, but you didn't document it. And I can look out my house, and if I think 1.5 miles, I've got 1, 2, 3, I don't think they're in 1.5 miles. 3? Yeah, because the other way, there's 3 that have animals. The rest of them don't. And so it's not as difficult. I mean, if you're going to build a house in the country, you better be driving the area to see what's around you before you purchase the lot and see what's there. And so you can certainly identify, yep, they've got animals, we need to contact these people. So some of it is on the homeowners because they need to protect themselves if this is in the ordinance. It's not just one-sided here. Again, it gets back to, look, put yourself in everybody else's shoes.
I support leaving it as it is here.
I would propose 1 mile because most of the feeding operations, the applications that we've had, don't even need 1 mile setback. You have to be pretty big before you need 1 mile setback.
And the reason it's 1.5 miles is that's going to be the proposed maximum setback.
Yes. I propose we leave it, move on to number 2, so we can find out, with number 2, why only family members can live in the dwelling and not my hired man.
Where are you,
That's the same.
Number 2 in that same section.
oh, sorry, I was looking at,
516-2, 516-1, 2.
Should we just have it say an additional dwelling unit can be?
Well, it
One
says,
additional, is that what you're thinking?
if it is occupied by other members of the family,
And I think that was just copied from our current ordinance.
Okay.
Is what it was.
because
family
in my
farm
advancing years, I might want a hired man.
You're correct, there is a slight change.
I think it did say family farm unit, does that sound right? In the original ordinance, and then in the original ordinance definition of family
Very
farm
interesting.
unit.
What?
This is interesting.
In the
I never thought of that.
hired man is, or gal, is part
Hired
of the
person.
part of the family farm unit, I believe.
Well, but it doesn't say that. It says
Well, we
family.
can, just a second, family.
Let's let Gary take care of that.
I mean, and that's a minimal thing, and Gary can fix that. That's no problem. I just wanted to bring it to the attention, because some people do have hired help.
I don't, it's not, it's just family.
It's just family, but family says in which not more than 5 individuals are unrelated by blood, marriage, or adoption. So.
Family.
So family, you can have people not actually your family if there's less than 5.
That's not what it says.
No, that is what.
The definition she's looking at in the ordinance of family. So it would include up to 5. So is, Wanda, are you good with how it stands today then?
As defined herein, yeah, that's fine.
You want me to just say family by definition?
That's fine too.
Okay.
Now we're on to green.
Sure, that, on that last point, in the ordinance, now it reads, if it is to be occupied by other members of the family farm unit. Is what it reads.
Yep, of the family farm unit. So I think what we were trying to encourage there is someone like me, I'm really not a farmer, but if my kid built right next to me, I'm not impacting you anymore.
Right.
Versus he could build across the section and have some damage.
And like, what, I thought Wanda was making the point was that she decided she wanted to have a hired man or hired help to work on, live on the farm site too, that the way that in the green or whatever color it is, basically said they had to be a member of the family, nieces, nephews, da, 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 they didn't say anything about.
No, if you look at the definition of the, if you look at.
I thought we covered that with either as defined herein or family unit, farm unit.
Family allows it, the definition is.
Let's move on to
Okay.
green.
All right. So the green is right to farm. And we had talked about this heavily in February and come to the agreement that above, we had included a copy of the South Dakota policy to protect ag operations from nuisance suits would be applied to that building permit. And that would serve as essentially the covenant. So the wording in.
Along with the right to expand.
Along with the whole protection and right to expand and things like that. That package deal essentially served as the right to farm covenant. So the language here is
Repetitive.
is putting in a,
Gary, did this come from Lincoln County? Was that,
Without the deed restriction, yeah.
and how many counties in the state have right to farm covenants in their zoning ordinance? 80%?
I don't think it's that much.
Take a guess.
Out of the 66, I guess I'm only aware of a handful that have it.
so I think this is probably going to be a pretty, I'm a yes or I'm a no. So without getting into actually looking at the language and stuff, who would like to keep it in and who would like to just refer back to what we just got done discussing instead of this?
Well, that may be true, Christie, but this is a section that it gives the opportunity to make the person that wants to move out to the country to totally realize, not to go through an ordinance with 100 different items in it, but right here, it all boils it down to one thing. And it is a document that most likely has no legal standing anyway. It's just a warning.
That's why it shouldn't be in there. It's just gonna cause litigation.
It won't cause any
I don't think
litigation.
it'll cause litigation, but it does make the person who wants to build acknowledge that if they build near a farm, they might be subjected to noise, odor, fumes, dust.
Burning, vibrations, insects, rodents. It's a whole list of things that.
At all
people have
hours of the
never-
day.
Which all that stuff isn't actually covered in the South Dakota law. I mean, it is and it isn't. It's not specifically listed out, this example, this example, this example, in the South Dakota codified law.
Well,
This actually lays that out so that you don't really have an excuse, well, I didn't think that was part of it.
Well, I've had people complain that they live, let's say in Riverside Acres, there's a field there. They didn't understand when they moved there that people might combine at 4 in the morning. Well, people combine when they can combine. And now that combines have GPS and lights, they can combine 24 hours a day. So I don't think it hurts anybody. They can leave it in.
I see no downside. It only can be a public relations positive thing, the way I look at it, to
So I've got-
enhance the understanding when somebody goes to the country.
So I've got 2 keepers, essentially keep the language, this side of the table.
I'm not a fan of it. In my experience, conversations I've had with people who support it, I'm not saying everybody, but the majority of people who support it don't want to use it as a notification. They want to use it as a deterrent. And I don't agree with that methodology or thinking, I guess.
Well, you can't deter me from doing what I want to do just by saying, I know you're gonna combine 24 hours a day. Because
think
I
it's
might shoot
used as a-
fireworks
Right.
24 hours a day.
Right. But so do we need something like this for every district and every, all the R1, R2? You might hear children laughing if you live in an R2, so sign
How about
here.
a cell tower?
You might get a cell tower, so we're gonna have an R2 covenant here that you need to read and sign.
Well, you put covenants in like Kurt did in Bob Law's deal where he has all those little tiny homes. He has
Developers are more than
3
welcome.
pages of covenants and restrictions.
And that's where covenants belong, is in the developer's hands, not in the.
county level. We've said that multiple times now.
But I want to touch on something Sherry said right at the beginning of this, as we brought up the right to farm, we discussed it at length. And all of what we previously discussed was kind of a package deal that circumvented this because you already have notification. You already have some protections in place. And no, it doesn't cover dust and it doesn't cover combining, but
that we also have setbacks to protect the people that are moving their houses out there. So we should not have setbacks because they should just assume that I'm gonna spray right up to the edge of the fence.
I did today. You do spray right up to the edge of the fence, and my dad worked a full-time job, we combined at 4 in the morning.
See?
That's how it is.
It's exactly how it is. But some of these people who are moving from California and Colorado may not understand that.
They'll learn quick, and then their house will be
Well,
up
but
for sale.
they'll learn quicker if they have to sign something that says, they will learn quicker if they sign something that says, oh, you people actually combine at 4 in the morning? Yeah, we combine. We
Let 'em-
shoot guns, we shoot fireworks, we do all kinds of bizarre
Let them come
stuff.
build a house and up our tax base, and then they can move on their way.
That's not how it works.
I think we're already addressing it, and I certainly don't agree with attaching it to a deed.
Then why don't we take some of the,
I agree with that.
then why don't we take some of the language out which says, where it starts, you may be subject to inconvenience, blah, 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 and put that under one above and add that as underneath number 2, or as a part of number 2, so that they understand that there is some inconvenience with living in the country. Do I like the fact that the neighbor has big dogs and it barks and I have my windows open? No. But he probably doesn't like that I shoot fireworks at it either.
But that's part of what my point is too, is when someone's building a house in an R1, R2, R3 district, do we make them sign something saying that you may hear barking dogs, children laughing?
But we're not saying that they have to sign this. I said just take some of the language out of there and stick it up under number 2. And then you don't have to have this whole green section because it just helps explain to the folks that have never lived in the country what happens in the country. Then you don't have to attach it to a deed. And it seems fairly innocuous to me.
Well, sitting at this desk for the last 6 years, I've heard so many people come in and complain about noise or dust or spraying or whatever, and it's like, that shouldn't be happening out there. And this is just kind of a formal notice to say it does happen out there because you're in an ag zoned area, and you need to know that and acknowledge that if you want to live there. That's part of the cost of living there.
Then they shouldn't have to sign it.
In the 3
Well, they
years,
don't have-
I've
they
never
don't
heard
have to
one of
sign
those
this.
complaints. The only complaint I've heard about in the 3 years in the Ag District is dust on roads we ground up.
Pardon?
The only complaint about dust since I've sat in this chair, I haven't heard any of those complaints except for dust, and it's on roads we ground up. That's the only complaint on dust I've ever heard.
I can only tell you about what people have complained to me about.
You haven't heard any complaints about smell?
Yep, and that's being addressed. But dust and noise and lights, no, I've never heard that.
So how does it harm if we add that to number 2 above?
I don't know if there's a lot of harm in it.
And then we
What I-
don't, then we
what
don't
I
need the
wonder
whole
is,
green section.
Do we need in every district, somebody has to acknowledge they've read the ordinance and they're aware of what can happen in their district? Is what I'm wondering.
No,
Because
but I
we
would
just had
prefer
a
to live in-
cell tower in an R2 district that caused a lot of problems.
I
So
would
should we
prefer-
react and put this in?
To live in a thing where little children don't run all over my yard and do terrible things when I'm not home. But people have children,
Right.
you
Do
know,
you
and
need-
absent razor wire, I can't keep them out of my yard.
But do you need something to tell you that?
A lot of people do, Joe. A lot of people do. I've had, it's kind of like having a stop sign, you know, we talk, you say it's
Well-
a deterrent, but it's like putting that sign right there that says to help keep from, spreading coronavirus, please wear your mask. Doesn't mean I have to, but if I want to protect me or that, or them, I can, and it's, you know, I can't. It's just like the stop signs of intersection. There's some people choose not to stop there, but it's a deterrent, they're supposed to. So if they drive across the road, you get schmucked by another person in there, well, you ran the stop sign, it's your fault.
And Joe, if you say it doesn't happen, I've had it happen personally with me and my dad. We have fields that there's houses in the strip all along the edge of the road, and we go out and do something like spraying, and we've had state guys come and inspect us, saying that we kill people's trees or we kill people's plants and all kinds of stuff. Turns out we didn't, but it didn't stop them from harassing us over it.
But do you think this is gonna help any of that?
I think it would deter a lot of that.
I
And
don't- I
Also,
just-
it sets the expectation when you're out in the country, living there, that there's some things you're gonna have to put up with. And that's where the problem's at. You don't have the problems with 100 people coming in and complaining to everybody that, oh, your dog was barking or whatever, but you do have people complaining, oh, you were combining at night. There was a case just last fall of the sheriff's getting called out in Minnehaha County to guys that were combining late at night. So there's that kind of case, or like
But what happened?
And harassed us over spraying.
Yeah, but what was your wind speed when you were spraying?
I don't have it wrote down, I can go home and get you the record, you want it?
Because I guarantee you, when they're spraying the fields by the nursery, we check the wind speed, and if they're exceeding the wind speed, we go out in the field and we stop them.
It's not.
Right now.
Yeah, this does not prevent you, doesn't do anything if the farmer or whoever is acting negligently.
What if you didn't place the right to farm covenant in the ordinance, but it was when Gary gives out a packet, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but this is attached as a notice.
See, I think it needs to be in the ordinance, because if it's not attached, all it would take is a resolution to change it. You know what I'm saying, if it's not in here, and
So Dan, you're in support of
I
inserting
put
this?
it in, I think we should put it in and, you know, let people know that, you know, they have less rights in that area, so put it in.
So now we have 3.
And I guess I don't understand the reluctance to sign the document.
Part of it, I think, is because I've heard it brought up and harped on, and it's like this, say, people think, and this goes both ways. People in agriculture have it in their mind that if we have this right to farm clause, and someone builds a house and they complain about them spraying, or they complain about something, that you got no right, and it'll hold up in court, and
There are still nuisance statutes.
I know, but the majority of the people in agriculture that I've discussed about this don't see this as just simply a notification, and I'm fine with a notification, I am. But they see this as the Hail Mary, nobody can bother me.
Well, it doesn't say you get out of jail. It just says, this puts you on notice that, because I don't know about you guys, but I see an awful lot of Florida cars, California cars, and Colorado cars here, not just on Easter, but here. People are moving here. Some of those people don't understand farming.
Sherry's from Colorado, and she's fitting in pretty good.
I've never
sorry?
lived a day in Colorado in my life.
Well, you're from
and I
out of
go back
state,
to,
so.
like what you were talking about before, put it with 2, take some of the things that make sense, put it in there. I'm fine with notifications. I just, what I have a problem with is the way this is used by most people.
Well, I understand that, but that's why I'm saying if we just take some of the language, move it up, take the green part out, everybody can live with it. It doesn't say if you're combining at night, I can't complain to somebody, I can complain whether anybody cares or not.
Right.
I would say no.
So here's something that maybe we could consider to find some kind of a balance between these two, all of it or none of it. There begins, so up above, we have South Dakota codified law referenced. Said a copy will be, a copy of the policy to protect ag from nuisance suits will be given to the applicant right after number 2, where Wanda suggested. What I would suggest here is about the 5th line down in the green. It said ag operations may include but are not limited to the following: the cultivation, harvesting, and storage of crops, livestock production, ground rig or aerial application of pesticides or herbicides, application fertilizer including animal waste, operation machinery, irrigation, and other accepted and customary ag activities conducted in accordance with federal, state, and county laws. So that one very extremely long sentence we could chop and put up above to elaborate on what state law says about what ag operations are. Would that be enough?
Wouldn't it make sense, though, to put it in 1 instead of 2's just an additional dwelling, 1's the new residence? So wouldn't you put it up in under
Oh.
one, number 2?
Sorry,
One
1, 2.
number-
I was
one
looking at
number.
just the 2.
Okay, that's
Sorry.
what I wanted to make
Maybe
sure.
we should
Yes.
change the ones to
One
an A,
sub
Bs,
two.
and Cs or something there. Sorry, my mistake.
Because if we went that direction, that makes sense, or the other direction, regardless, if we kept it as a notification, it'd be tied to the building permit, which they're gonna sign for the building permit, so that being an acknowledgement that way
So
too.
is this just for new houses, or are we gonna
Yep,
force
new
everybody?
houses.
Well, I mean, are we gonna, maybe we should be looking at just forcing everybody to sign it who lives in an ag area?
I'm sorry, the last
You know,
part?
I mean, is it just for new houses, new churches, new anything, any building
New
permit?
houses, new bars, new churches.
New, any
It's-
permit that goes in an ag area?
New residence requirements is the name of the section.
Okay, so like, if you build a new, barn or something, accessory structure, you gonna have to sign this?
It's not a residence.
Well, maybe we should just make, everybody sign it.
I'm sensing frustration.
No, I think it's
productive.
important to let residents know where they stand.
So
Okay.
would that work to take that one long sentence and put that up above? Because it outlines what's going to be occurring in the area.
Well, you don't like the one where it says dirt, smoke, fumes, burning?
Well, with marijuana coming, there's going to be smoke everywhere, so I think that's going
Well,
to apply in
we haven't
every-
even gotten to talk
No,
about
we
marijuana
haven't.
tonight.
And then change to ABCD.
Yeah, we need to change the A, B, C, D, so I don't make that same mistake again.
So it would be B,
1B.
1B, and then do you want it underneath there?
I would put it right in number 2, because
Yeah, right
in my
after.
mind, what it's doing is, it's tagging off what state law says about ag operations. And
And
what are ag operations? Well, these are ag operations, if you've never seen a tractor.
Okay, so the only thing that it doesn't do, putting it up there, it doesn't provide a document that that's acknowledged by the person that wants to buy property or build in the country. Has had access to that document.
Well, I thought Gary was gonna put it in his little building permit packet.
If that's part of it, that's fine.
It's up to you, yeah, we certainly can add it as a notification in the building permit.
The gentleman, the attorney from Sioux Falls that spoke at the farmers, families feeding farmers, or whatever it is, a couple of weeks ago, talked about this, and he indicated it's not a resolution for anything. It's just a notification. It's just a thing to make people think
Before they act.
before they act.
Until something changes with state law, which it very well could.
Well, and if that happens, then they can come in and
Yeah, they may.
And
they-
fix this.
They may tell you to go to all electric vehicles. Who knows?
All right, so we will move on.
Are we blue or green now?
Green,
Facility management plan?
let's see, so 517, there were no issues, so 519 is where we are at. And so 519, number 1, is conditional use permit application requirements.
That's blue.
Am I? Yep, I'm just reading down so everybody
Okay.
understands where we're going, and then when we get down to B, there is some green language there, and I had written down here, I didn't have a problem with that. So the green would read, temporary dead animal storage or disposal site shall be a screened, and this is what they added, substantially built fence to hold up to removal and prevent scavenging, and located out of sight.
Ground scavenging or air scavenging?
think the intention was ground, wasn't it?
I'm assuming ground, because there's no way you can prevent air scavenging.
Yeah, the discussion was that so dogs can't go running. Dogs, coyotes, that kind of thing.
B, there it is. Okay, so are we good with that green?
Yep.
Okay, so the next green is on item 4. Applicant shall identify, so this goes with the best management practices, and they added the word "subject to approval of planning commission." I didn't have a problem with that addition.
I
Any?
would put "and Board of Adjustment" on there, because that just makes sense. If the planning commission can approve it, the Board of Adjustment obviously can.
Let's see, 4. Do we have any feedback on that suggestion? Hearing none, I'm assuming there's no problem with adding "and Board of Adjustment." So Gary, make that note. The next change is the addition of a couple web links to cover the first occurrence of aquifers materials in Yankton County. Any issue with including links?
No.
Sometimes the challenge is links get changed, so
I would include it as a document, because the links do get changed.
So what's the name of the agency now?
DANR, Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources, instead of DE.
That'll change then for sure.
Why don't we just reference whatever they're doing is now?
Yeah, if you would just name those, I think that would be better. That's the only concern about links and such. So the last change in section 1 is to E. The Yankton County Planning Commission, Board of Adjustment, or Planning Director may require additional information or conditions reasonably related to a concentrated animal feeding operation not contained in these regulations, and if an extension of permit is requested due to unforeseen circumstances.
Are you talking the conditional use permit or what permit?
That's the first section is
I think that's better addressed.
conditional use permit.
I think that's better addressed where we address all conditional use permits, because if we allow an extension in just one article and not the others, that could potentially be problematic. I know we discussed that earlier.
You know, I agree with you on that one, Dan. So that last part of the green that is there may be a better place in the ordinance for that.
Strike it and put a period after any regulation.
Yeah, I think so. I think we all agree we need to have it in the ordinance, but this probably isn't the best location. Everybody good?
Yep.
Same note here, so yep.
So now we are at the last, I think it's gonna be the last big one, setbacks.
On the paragraph above that, it talks about separation distance. What does that mean? The request shall only be approved if the applicant signs all waiver from property owners within the separation distance.
Okay,
What does that mean?
I don't know where you're at.
Above the setback chart in blue.
Okay, so we're
Paragraph
down there.
above it. Number 2, fourth or fifth paragraph from the bottom. What is the separation distance? Because you reference, a waiver within the separation distance. What is that? Is that the setback distance?
Yes, yep, I would interpret that as the setback distance. Do you want to use the word setback instead of separation?
It would make sense.
Okay. Gary, do you see where he's talking on that? Okay. So there's 2 places where it says separation, so they both need to be changed to setback. All right, so now we are to the facility setback chart. And so we have decided to keep dry and wet. Am I right on that? Yes. Dry and liquid, I should say. So we need to decide. The Planning Commission, again, had chosen to strike and make just one. and they came back with a recommendation of 1.5 feet. So to cover all the motions that were referred to earlier, there was a lengthy discussion on this topic, and the first motion that was made was to move all of it to 1.98 feet per animal unit, and that motion died on a 3-4 vote. And then another motion was made to the 1.5 feet per animal unit for residents and a 2.2 feet per animal unit for municipalities. And so that's reflected here. You can see the 1.5 and the 2.2 are listed there under A for setbacks. And that motion passed 4-3.
I suggest we use that for solid and then stick with.
And the boards, hang on. And then there was a motion for minimum setback of essentially a 1/4 mile for residents, and I think it was a 1/2 mile for municipalities. If I remember the motions correctly. Okay, I'm getting a nod there. So that covers some of the discussion that was occurred at the Planning Commission on this, and this was a lengthy discussion. So if we have already chosen to keep solid and liquid, the reason we did that is so we can stratify these distances. So you can see the original numbers in green, and then the Planning Commission's is in, or not the original numbers. Why are those all in green? Oh, because they were stricken. Okay, yep. So the 2.64, the 2.31, and the 1.98 were what we had come up with. So our task tonight is, do we want to keep the numbers we came up with, or do we want to change those numbers?
Support you keeping your original numbers.
So essentially, if anybody's curious, originally that's 2.64 for liquid manure, put a finisher barn at a 0.48 miles, so essentially a 1/2 mile for a finisher barn for liquid. And the 1.98 would put the, at 0.36. And a 1.5 makes it 0.27. If everybody's got their calculators, I can hear Joe's calculator over here going.
And that's all a minimum of a 1/4 mile?
Yep, everything should be a minimum of a 1/4 mile. We had asked the Planning Commission to discuss a minimum for municipalities, because we didn't determine that, and they had come up with the 1/2 mile minimum from municipalities.
And when I watched that, it seemed like there wasn't really a consensus on that. Maybe I really like Sherry Hoffman's comment on this is, municipalities, we're doing what we can to encourage the growth of municipalities, especially our smaller ones. And just as we don't want to hem in the ag operations, we also don't want to hem in our small towns, and we don't want to inhibit their growth as well. If we don't want people living in the country, we should at least allow them to live in municipalities, the smaller ones.
That's why we came up with the 1/2 mile.
Yeah.
And then the 2.2, basically that's going to ramp it up after, once you get the larger operations, to spread them out away from those small towns, which at the larger size animal units, that 2.2 puts it pretty much right in line with what our current ordinance is.
Yeah, which I don't know if that's enough. I've gotten a lot of complaints from residents of Lesterville and Mission Hill over the past couple years.
And what the other problem discussed is, once you start getting up there, where you're 3 or 4 miles out away from these towns, you pretty much eliminated the whole county just because of the small municipalities. You can't have
Sherry, you're a small town gal. What's your thought?
I was willing to concede,
Mm.
but we couldn't do 3 or 4 miles. It didn't seem very practical.
Mm.
I thought that maybe a half mile would be good. Is there a map up there? I know we have maps for everything, but is there a map that might show what a half mile around some of the farms and stuff?
Didn't you have some one day?
Yeah, I had a map, but it shows a 4-mile setback.
Right, but I wonder if there wasn't something smaller, just
Yeah.
because I know you guys like to look at different things, so that was just my only thought.
But that, any map that we had never ever showed the distances from all the houses, so, you know, you're just getting churches and towns and.
So do we have any consensus on this?
We did in February,
I did.
after a long debate.
So in February we had 3, now we have 2, solid and liquid. So was it 1.98 in February?
Yes.
Okay, because, and then 2.6 for liquid?
Correct.
2.64, yep.
And then just scratch out the semi-solid.
Yeah, we don't have that anymore.
I'm fine with those numbers.
Putting the 2.64 pretty much eliminates anywhere in the county that you can build anything and people are gonna oppose it, so. If you're gonna put a, say a finisher barn, half-mile setback from all the current residences, you pretty much eliminate it, you can't put one up.
I could put 7 up at a half-mile setback
There's
on the
nowhere
land we farm.
There's nowhere in any of the 1,500 acres that I farm that I could put one. At quarter mile I could, but not at half mile or anything.
I went through and drew half miles from every residence on the land that we farm, just over 1,000 acres, and I could put 7 up.
And a lot of the other
And-
counties have a half mile.
And with going just a little bit of the extra mile, I bet I can convince neighbors that would be, that are like 20 feet into my half-mile radius. I think if I planted some trees, they would probably, I could take that 7 to 10 pretty easily.
Is that what this is?
Yeah.
So then, if it's practical for you, but not for 90% of the rest of the county, then that's okay.
No, but
That shows.
I just use that as an example because a lot of people were saying they couldn't do anything, so I thought, well, I wonder how bad is it? So I sat down and did it, and that's where
And we have a
we
map.
sit.
That's the 2 mile.
And what is
This
this?
is 4 mile
4 mile.
on all the towns, but every place where there's an orange dot, there's a farm,
Farm or a house?
a house,
Okay.
a residence number. Every place you look on there, then you have to have that half a mile, quarter mile setback, which we're trying to move to half mile. That just eliminates.
But that's 4 miles though. That doesn't really, that's
You know, I
not the
was
same. I am
You
listening,
aren't
Don.
listening, no, you aren't. I said, this is 4 miles. I started out by saying that. But I said, what you have to look at is the orange dots. That's where all the houses are, residences.
So you take in conjunction with the 4 mile setback that's circled in pink, and then you take another half mile setback from everything that has an orange dot on there, you pretty much covered the whole map.
There's a couple sections up here, and there's a section that you probably could put one in. You might be able to put one here.
couple things. I don't think anything 4 miles on the table, but the orange dots, when Harry did those, that's all, I think he used all E911 addresses. There's not necessarily homes in all of those locations. Now, I agree 2.64 is a lot. If I had it my way, it would be 2.64, and there would be certain ways to reduce that by taking actions.
Variances?
No. And I proposed that, and it fell flat on its face, because I think 2.64 probably is too far. I think there's things that can be done, and you can get it to less than a quarter mile. We went down that path, nobody supported it. We had this discussion in depth, we had all kinds of input. We looked at other counties and what they do.
Let's do a quarter mile.
We came up with the 2.64 with the option, without any variance, to reduce that with any neighbor's permission.
I support the 2.64 and the 1.98 with the half-mile setback from municipalities and the minimum quarter-mile setback from the residents.
I agree.
And that's what we decided on in February.
But that's where I agree it's far. I think there's better ways of doing it, but we're 2 years down the road, and this is.
Not only is 2.64, it's basically doubling what there is now. Also, 1.98 is more restrictive than there is now. So basically, you're taking an already restrictive ordinance and making it more restrictive through the setback. So we just as well make a rural residence district instead of ag zone district. We're not going to allow any new facilities.
I think when we compared ourselves to other counties, we are actually today much less restrictive than surrounding communities.
Now when you account for the fact of how densely populated our county is compared to, say, Bonham County,
What about Turner?
and they have a right to farm, don't they?
And they have 2.64 animal units per foot setback. Or feet per animal unit, I should say. And they get along just fine.
Yeah, Turner's great. You can even put a dairy in Turner County. Feed yard.
Again,
all units,
I think
whatever you-
these hog barns can exist and people can get along. But unless we force them, nobody's gonna do it. The colonies are the only people that go the extra mile. They enclose their barns and vent them out the top, and nobody complains about them. I haul grain by them all the time. You don't smell them, you don't cause problems. And they'll even tell you, yeah, it costs a little bit more, but we do it because, one, we live here, and two, we don't want pissed off neighbors.
So if they can vent them out the top, why do we need such big setbacks?
Because we don't require them to
Because
vent them out
nobody
the top.
requires it, and I tried to put hard requirements in and reduce the setback, and that didn't fly. Nobody supported that. So
Well,
here
maybe we
are.
should talk about it
Increase the
today.
Increase the setbacks, and if you wanna put it closer, ask your neighbor and say, this is what I'll do, and they'll say, okay.
And,
If you're
and,
good neighbors.
and that's one reason the variance was changed, or the waiver was changed from a variance, was so you could work with your neighbor to reduce your setback. That's why that was in there.
You know, we went round and round about this,
We did.
and we ended up here, and then we first weren't gonna send it to planning and zoning one bit. We all agreed that we were gonna own every one of this, every bit of the ordinance. And all of a sudden it changed, so we're gonna look at 5 things. And then that changed to, well, let's see what planning and zoning has to say. And then it changed to, well, you know, we really should consider what they say. I haven't heard any new arguments or information presented in the last year and a half. It's all been rehashing the same. We all sat here and voted, and now none of it means anything. We're back here rehashing it all out again. I have no problem with solid going to 1.5.
I guess I saw it a little differently than you did, Joe. I thought the Planning and Zoning Commission was requested to come up with the revisions, and they did maybe a year and a half ago when Dan, you were working on it. That came to the commission, and there were some things that the commission didn't think that they could agree with and sent it back. The planning commission then asked for some ideas on what they thought should be changed. The commission sent letters out saying these are the things that we think should be changed, 5 or 6 things. Is that right?
That's not how I remember it.
Well, I'm an old man, so I don't remember quite as good as you do. But it went back to the planning commission. They looked at those changes, Gary made the changes, and we went through it 2 different meetings. Put this together and requested that we all come together and discuss this.
I agree that's what happened, but that's not what was discussed and agreed upon previously. When it got sent back, the original proposal that we voted against, and it got sent back to, well, denied at our level, we said, look, there's too many polarizing people and opinions, and we're spinning wheels on planning and zoning. And ultimately, we are gonna be the ones who approve it. So we're gonna take this over. And we're gonna send them a document that's 99% complete. And then that got changed to.
I don't concur with that.
That got changed to the 5 pillars, and the 5 pillars means there are 5 pillars that really aren't even open for discussion at planning and zoning. They were supposed to outline the details and put it all together. And soon after that, everything was on the table to rehash. And we've sat here for the last 4 hours rehashing what we rehashed in February and what planning and zoning's talked about for 2.5 years.
Let's take a vote.
There's been no information, no new thought process, no new information. It's all the same thing, and we just keep changing our mind and going back and forth.
Let's take a vote. I make a motion, we approve it at
1.5
2.64 for liquid and 1.98 for solid. Minimum half-mile setback for municipalities, quarter-mile setback, minimum for all others. Minimum quarter-mile setback. I think that's what we agreed on, right? Yep.
Are you gonna put in that verbiage about allowing the neighbors to go along with it?
That's in a separate area, but that's already in there. The waiver?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's in there. I don't have a problem with that.
What about the wells and things we going back?
I think we're just doing setbacks right now, are we not? That's just what my motion is right now. I don't think we've even got to the other one. Doesn't sound like I'm gonna get a second. So.
We haven't made a motion on any of the other,
Well, I think we're at an impasse, so we need to keep moving, or we're gonna be here till 4 o'clock in the
yep,
morning.
totally understand that, but I don't think we need a motion to
Okay.
get that done.
Yeah,
Alright.
just to show it.
So, I think that, so essentially what we're down to is, we've all agreed we're getting rid of semi-solid. So who supports the decision we made in February of 2.64 and 1.98?
I do.
I do.
No,
I think that's too much.
Even though we voted on it.
Sherry, down to you.
It is down to me, and I vote to support what we did in February. So those, and then we'll have a quarter-mile minimum from residents and a half-mile minimum from municipalities.
Agreed.
So the any style manure system, so the setbacks from public wells, private wells, et cetera, were all stricken, and that, those all came from our current ordinance. Is there support to keep those in?
Isn't that statutory?
I think we need to, DENR requires that.
Accidentally? Okay, so make note that the any style manure system is all to be kept. So now we were on to, I think we covered everything there. Now we're on to item number 3, which is manure application.
So I got a question back to the well, that's the any style manure system, that's what they're going with?
Yes.
For the setback, got it.
That's, everything applies there. So in number 3, there wasn't too much here. Let's go to H. H was added back in the notification section for manure application. We didn't discuss this in February, but I was in support of taking it out. Any other comments on the requiring notifications for manure application?
I watched
No.
the planning.
It's a should, it doesn't mean anybody has to, so should it even be in there?
The planning commission did discuss this for a while, and I think once it was realized that it was in the zoning ordinance, it might not have been 100% agreed upon, but I think in the end, at least there was some support for keeping it.
I think there was support for how Gary has it written there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, I'm.
For the should, not the requirement?
Right. Basically, it says you make a reasonable attempt, and that should do it.
That's fair.
So are we good with striking essentially the shalls and stuff out of there and leaving that in there? Okay, so I have consensus on that. We do have manure application setback chart.
If we could go back up to D, the drops that are crossed out, I believe that we worked on that, and the dispersion system, was that you that did that, Joe, where you wanted it with the new regulations is the droplets or not for number D, number 2? I remember you worked on that the last time. It's stricken in this version.
I don't think I had anything with
Okay.
that.
All right. Never mind.
Okay, so we are to the chart, the manure application setback chart. Everything that is here in front of you is different than what many of the numbers are different than our current ordinance. They've been increased. So even though it's all in blue, those changes were made. Any concerns with those numbers in that chart?
I gotta look at that. I didn't look at it closely because it was blue.
Yeah, but they've all been increased,
Yep.
so. For example, the first column used to be 1,000, 250, 150, 1,000, 200, 10, 660, and 100.
I think the irrigated next to road right-of-ways could potentially be an issue.
And then
At-
there's
at
the
100 feet.
100-year floodplain. So there's a setback from a 100-year floodplain that wasn't in our original ordinance.
I thought a 100-year floodplain was prohibited.
Not for manure application, for building the barn it is, but not for manure application. And this is manure application. So some of these numbers,
There's something that was prohibited that I think it was, I don't think it's in our ordinance. I think it was in a copy, but what I'm saying is there's a,
yeah, that,
something
I think that 100, your thing used to be down by that prohibited, I think, but that's not our current ordinance, so.
I think that table was copy and pasted from a different one.
right.
Yeah, so I guess I'm in support of keeping what we currently have in our current ordinance.
I'm fine with what we have.
I'm fine with that.
So the numbers in this table are not accurately reflected from our current ordinance.
Use the red one.
Well, I really.
Yeah. Yep, use the red one,
Okay.
because those are all the same.
I'd like to see the setback from lakes, rivers, and streams as fisheries to go up a little bit from 200.
Lakes, rivers, and streams right now is 1,000.
No, classified as fisheries.
Fisheries.
It's at 200.
Oh, public drinking water and fisheries.
Could we go to 250 on that?
I don't think 50 feet's gonna make a difference, but that's my opinion.
There's a lot of impaired waterways in South Dakota that would,
You know, we've talked before, I think a better approach is setbacks do so much for application, but if you truly wanna keep, you know, fertilizers and manure out of waterways, you have to put buffer strips and things in. I don't know if 50 feet's gonna do much. If it's real important, I can support it. I just, with a lot of these, I
would
don't think
match,
anybody's got their wheel out measuring.
yeah, it would,
you know.
it would match at least the well at 250, so we have similar numbers. But
That's fine. Change that one, Gary, on the fisheries to 250, and then we'll call it good. And I think that's actually the last. Everything else is stricken until the very last section, and there were no changes to that.
I have one thing.
Ma'am.
Section 509. It says, in order to ensure that the zoning ordinance, blah, blah, blah. It should be ensure.
Oh, you are after my heart. In order to
I can't even find 509.
ensure. Yep. Good catch.
509.
Can't even
The
find
fourth
it.
word in, ensure. Very good.
EN?
EN
Oh, Ian, yep.
Makes sense to me.
versus ensure.
No.
Sherry?
Yes, sir.
That's probably in every section,
Probably.
cause it's just the classification of unlisted uses.
We got it.
Yeah.
I'd like to really thank Gary and the Planning and Zoning Committee, because I know everybody put in a lot of work. And be here tonight, all night, volunteer work. It's fantastic. I think we came together and did good resolution on every point.
Yes.
I will.
And there were a lot of good catches, there really were, on things. So with that, if I can find my agenda,
Let's give the planning commission
I
a
can
round
dare,
of applause.
dare
Thank you
say
guys for your help.
14 is closed. Now, we have reviewed that. So the plan now is for Gary's got a lot of changes to do and to bring a final document to the next meeting. And at that point, we will give our final stamp of approval. It will go to the planning commission for official public hearing in June. And then it will come back to the county commission for 2 hearings. That's the plan ahead. Thank you.
I'll send it out right away again after the changes are made, make sure you caught everything.
Okay, thank you. And send it to planning commission as well, for sure. So now we're at item 15, our 7 o'clock item, long-term housing. Do we want to discuss this tonight?
No, we need more housing.
We need
Next
more
item.
housing. Oh, good.
I second that.
All right, let's go to item 16 then, discuss marijuana regulation framework. And I do think we need to touch, we need to touch on this.
You buying, Kathy?
So, I think,
I don't think there's enough regulation out there. I don't think the state's gonna get anything done until October 29th, which is their deadline.
so what First District put together was a framework for a temporary zoning ordinance, which essentially says you can't get a permit to do medical marijuana until the state's got their poop in a pile October 29th. So what it does is it gives us a little breathing room if we do choose to amend the ordinance, or if we choose to make a standalone ordinance, or to do it through a liquor license style. But we need to get moving on what that path is going to be. So meetings need to be held with the small towns of our community, the city of Yankton, and the county, to figure out what the small towns are planning to do, what the big town's planning to do. They've already kind of come out with their framework of 2 licenses. And then what the county is going to do outside those city limits. So I've talked to the sheriff a little bit, because he certainly needs to be a discussion, because he's got to enforce all of this stuff. So, do we want to proceed with implementing a temporary zoning? You've all seen it. I think you've all been given a copy of it. Anybody have a chance to read through that?
I did.
Any thoughts on that? There was a few things I'd change about it.
There was, for me as well, some of what I was looking at was just wording. I don't know what issues you had, but, you know, you still have the meeting later on this month. But I think everybody needs to read it.
Yep.
I think we should take it up at the next meeting on the 18th.
Okay, so we're gonna discuss whether we want to adopt it, and then at the first meeting in June, if that's what we choose to do, we can officially adopt it, because it has to be a hearing.
Yep.
Because it's temporary, and it just needs the one. Okay, so we'll do that. So, please read those suggestions, and again, I'm not saying that's the path we have to follow, but we need to be informed. So this time, public comments. Item 17. Anybody care to make more public comments? All right, no public comments, it's closed. Any commissioner updates?
No.
No.
Thank you. And I won't be long-winded tonight, I'll just be quiet. So none here, none and none. So at this time, we have executive session. I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for litigation pursuant to 125-2-3, poor relief, 125-2, 2813, 2813 1.3, and personnel issue 25-2-1.
I would move to go into executive session for all 3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Entertain a motion to go into regular session.
So
I'd
moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Healy, second by Clemish to go into regular session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are now in regular session.
I would make a motion to pay litigation expenses incurred pursuant to SDCL 125-2 subparagraph 3 in the amount of $20,073.68.
Second.
So I have a motion by Fox, second by Healy, to approve litigation payment. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries.
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair, to pend the files of CW 21-017 through CW 21-028 based on the following South Dakota codified laws. 28-13-1.3, subparagraph 4, 28-13-1.3, subparagraph 1, 28-13-34.2, 28-13-33-2, and 28-13-3.
Second.
I have a motion by Healy, second by Fox, to pend the poor relief issues. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries.
I'd make a motion that we extend an offer for temporary hire of a veteran service officer to Cody Mangold.
Second.
So I have a motion by Kettering, second by Clemish, to approve hiring a temporary veteran service officer. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. Right now, I don't think we have any items for next meeting other than the marijuana. And did you want long-term housing on there again?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so those two right now, I think
Were we gonna do the drainage one?
that has to be renoticed twice, and so that won't make next meeting.
Dan, on the housing thing, just this week in a GOD meeting, they approved 4 new housing units in Yankton,
Wow.
24, I think they're condos,
Great.
Wow,
so that's a nice start.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is a good start.
good deal. All right, entertain a, oh,
Sorry, do you want the, about that new liquor license for next time?
I'll talk to Deb about that before we put that on. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Fox, second by Clemish to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries.